Welcome, welcome, welcome. This is Alchemizing Energy, and we have a special guest here today, Dr. Umar L. Bey, and we are going to be discussing the pyramids in America. So I just hope that you guys are ready for today's show because there's been a lot of people talking about this subject. It's been the mound people have been getting brought up a lot in conversation. So rather than continue just to have the conversation and not really and just keep letting it go forward, we're going to actually talk to brother Umar, who is a part of the Washita Nation, and he is going to teach us about the mound people. Without further ado, welcome to the show,
Thank you,
Brother
sister.
Umar.
Peace and love.
Brother
Hotel
Umar Bey. Hotep.
here. Thank you so much. I'm honored to be here. Looking forward to any questions, any inquiries.
So before we start, I just want to get an idea. Who is Brother Umar Bey? Let's you know let's
Wow.
really get an idea of who are you and why are you the authority when it comes to the empire of the Washita?
Okay, so from the perspective of the Washita Nation, Imperial Washita Nation, the Empire of Washita that dug the mountain there. I, first of all, by blood, my family is Washita. And that we come from the land of the Washita, the land known as Washita. You talk about your nationality. If you're from Germany, you're German and Japan, Japanese. Washita are from Washita. And anybody can get a map and see it written down on the planet, been there from the beginning of time, and it's there now. You have the Washita Rivers, two Washita Rivers, and in the middle of those, you have something called the Washita Forest and the Washita Mountains, and they call it the natural state, the Native American state. Um, but it's right there between Arkansas and Oklahoma and Louisiana, the whole area. And actually, the whole Mississippi River Valley is part of the Washita because the Washita actually begins in the Mississippi River. So the Washita is all the lands washed by the Mississippi River. And my family traced our roots back to the Washita. Now, on a more, I guess, greater context, within the Washita Nation, beyond the land is called the Washita. My family traced our roots back there. There's a lady called the Empress of the Washita, Her Royal Highness Verity Terra Washita Turner, Ghostin El Bay, who did her research, her family also. And she had established a political entity for the Imperial Washita Nation. Okay, the Imperial Washita Nation was born in 1995, and we were there maybe a couple of years before we were taken over. So the Empire of Washita is very complicated. This could take years to explain to you. Understand, I worked directly with the Empress of the Washita in 1995. I went there, and there were many different people working with her. One was Judge Clint D. Nelson Bay, who helped her publish her book and get it going. I helped distribute her book also. But Clint D. Nelson Bay was the judge for the Washita Nation when I met her back in 92, 93, 94 in Washita. And Clint D. Nelson Bay left there in 1995. And she asked me to become the judge and her administrator in 1995. And then after a while, I accepted the task, and I moved there. But when in 1995, remember the winter of 95, October 95, she asked me to become the judge because Clint had to go home, take care of his family. And I said, only if we get to go to the United Nations and claim our sovereignty and our nationality, right? And that began the process of writing to the International Court of Justice. And so I became, within the Washita Nation, the imperial judge, and I was what was called the administrator, because we had several ministries in the Washita, and my job was to be the proxy for those ministers who could not attend meetings and tribal gatherings and tribunals. So I was the proxy. If you were the Minister of Agriculture or the Minister of Education, I would be proxy for them at meetings because I represented the people. So if you hear my speech that I gave in '96 at the United Nations in Geneva, I represent the people of the Imperial Washita Nation.
What did this have anything to do with the Louisiana Purchase, the Washita?
Well, Louisiana Purchase did not include the Washita. The whole point, if you go read the Empress's book, the Empress had a book called Return of the Ancient One. You can probably pull it up somewhere. Famous book she wrote, and then it's full of documentation that thoroughly proves that the Louisiana Purchase, first of all, if you just read the treaty convention between France and the United States, it clearly states that the Louisiana Purchase only included the streets of New Orleans, the Jackson Barracks, and a few things down there. Okay, it did not include everything else. If you understand, I live in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and Baton Rouge, Louisiana was not included in the Louisiana Purchase in 1803. At that point, yeah, there you go. Oh, that's the book there. Her Highness, the Empress of the Washington the Mound Empire, Empress Verity Terra of Washington and Ghost in El Bay. That book is awesome. That book is full of documentation that clearly is uncontested in terms of her successfully identifying her family lineage and right to land. In that book, and the documentation there shows how she went through the process of having the state of Louisiana recognize her family's right to 68,883 acres of land in Louisiana. But that was only the part of the land that was under the grant. The rest of the land belonged to the tribes also. But there's certainly a part of the Washita, right there in the Washita parish, right there where the Empress has her township. And there's a history there of a land grant, a Spanish land grant being granted during the time of the French Revolution. And understand at that point, the Spanish held most of Louisiana. The Spanish held New Orleans, and the Spanish held all the way up towards Monroe, and then to I guess Arkansas, lower Arkansas area, and over into Florida and into Texas. The Spanish had significant colonial holdings, and one of the areas was in the Monroe, Louisiana area called the Washita. Today, the Washita River is, and in that same parish, you have the Washita tribe, the Empress roots. You have the last evidence on the oldest pyramid sites, or what they call earthen mound site in America. They call it lunar mounds of Watson Break. So in this area of the Washita parish that exists right now today, you had the Empress of the Washita establish the fact that there was a nation of people here, the Washita people, and we had the right of sovereignty, and just like other Native American tribes. But the Empress was not looking to be recognized under the Department of Interior, the Indian Bureau. We were labeled as an unrecognized nation. I mean, they literally had us arrested saying, we don't recognize you guys anymore. You know, we owe you money. Anyway, so it's a long, complicated story, but the Washita Nation was one of the first indigenous nations to go to the United Nations. And when we traveled to the United Nations, Geneva, we had our own passports. We had legally had everything done. The Empress herself was a statesman, you would say, but she's a statesperson. Even before 1992, when she began to rule over the Imperial Washita Nation, she worked in Washington, D.C., with the Nixon administration. She worked with the former governor, McKitchen of Louisiana, back in the 1970s. And in 1974, she formed her own township, political township, and called Richwood, right near the ancient mounds, the 6,000-year-old mounds. And because that's where her family came from, Richwood, Louisiana. It's still there now. I think it's been incorporated into the city of Monroe. But the Washita Nation was an entity that was recognized for a short while. And of course, we got overrun and hijacked, ironically, by the same people who hijacked Washington, D.C. right now. The same patriot movement, white Christian people are the people who came in, and the Empress trusted, and they betrayed her. So it's a
so the Washita Nation owned Washington D.C. So that would make sense.
Well, no, Washita Parish in the state of Louisiana.
Parish.
Washita Parish.
So Louisiana owned D.C. Washita Parish owned that land in D.C.
In Washington, D.C. is over in Virginia and Maryland area. We're not talking about that location. I mean, that's the name is called Washington, D.C. because they labeled it that. But the whole origin of the name Washington and District of Columbus, okay, not Columbia, is a whole other conversation we can have. So I have a whole book to explain to you. The name Washington didn't even come from England. In English, it's not called Washington. Washita is an indigenous name, come from right here. The word mound is an indigenous name. I made a video called Pyramids in America years ago, and I clearly taught everyone what they need to know. I am a teacher. I have my own school. So in that video, I'm breaking down the dictionary, explaining to you all kinds of things, the origin of Washita. So maybe we should get a copy of Pyramids in America video. But we'll go there also. But simply put, back to the Washita. The Empress of the Washita. Why am I expert on the Washita Nation? Because I myself agreed to work the Empress, was appointed judge, administrator. I helped her facilitate trips to Geneva, Switzerland, where we attended meetings at the United Nations Peace Palace near Geneva. And I was able to speak on the floor of the United Nations several times, as well as I was able to work with other indigenous nations from around the world to help verbalize and do the wording for the Universal Declaration of Rights for Indigenous People. They already had a Universal Declaration of Rights, a UN Declaration of Rights that was issued back in the 1940s. when they formed that nation. But in 1995, 96, 97, I was in Geneva, and we're going and we just elaborate more and debate on the wording for the Declaration of Rights for Indigenous people specifically. And one of the main things I focused on was getting in there the rights and nationality as a Moorish people, as indigenous people, and the right to self-determination. Because I believe in Kwanzaa and all the principles of Kwanzaa. So self-determination, Kujichagulia, is a very important concept to me. So two elements that I help to get into the Declaration of Rights for Indigenous People, the concept of self-determination for Indigenous people, and the right to have your own nationality. And even as we speak now, the world is in an uproar. People are being deported, and the nationality is condemning them now. And to the point where at the beginning of this crazy political period, they were trying to deport Native American people, if you recall that news. Deport Native Navajos. So the whole concept of your nationality, your status, your rights is very crucial, and our people are not aware of that. And the Watchtower Nation was able to go out and establish the fact that we had our own nation. And as a matter of fact, if you look at the documentation on my website, I show how the United Nations, in their final list of attendees at the meetings we had there, they listed the Imperial Watchtower Nation as the oldest indigenous people on Earth. Okay, we submitted a lot of information to them dating our existence. You have physical evidence, scientific evidence, geological evidence of people being here 10,000 years ago. So it kind of breaks the curve of many I guess timetables and chronology they have with different religions and different belief systems around the world. There's clear evidence in Louisiana, right here in Baton Rouge, of people being here 10,000 years ago, building houses here in Baton Rouge, a site here near Southern University in Baton Rouge called Montesano. Montesano is a region where they found evidence of buildings with post holes and earthen pyramid mounds right here in Baton Rouge.
Well, I wanted to also invite to the stage Laurel Burns. He does a presentation. He talks about the mounds and the mound people in St. Louis. I think you said, Laurel. Welcome to the show tonight. Welcome.
Peace. Yeah, I'm here. I'm in New Cackarack, Rube. You know what I'm saying? I'm stationed here in Upper Mississippi territory. Y'all know it as Mound City, St. Louis. Y'all know it as St. Louis. Yeah. We here, right next door to Cahokia Mounds and whatnot. And we've uncovered a lot of interesting facts when it comes to our people being here. Uh, I don't even try to go as far as going back 10,000 years, because going back just 300-400 years is enough. Going back 500 years is enough. Uh, Regardless if we've been on this landmass or not, we're unique. You can't find our type of people anywhere else on this planet. You know what I'm saying? We're unique. We belong in the Americas. You see what I'm saying? So when you start looking at our history, you see that we already have maroon settlements and nations all throughout North America, Southeast United States, all in Canada, all in the Caribbeans. We've always had maroon communities that have went against the colonial powers. You know what I'm saying? And it's just a shame that they've made us forget. They use psychological warfare to make us forget that we were always a nation here way before there was ever a United States. Before there was ever a United States, there were maroon communities that had been trading with Native Americans for hundreds of years. You see what I'm saying? So, and we've been intermarrying and doing those type of things for hundreds of years before they even signed the Declaration of Independence. So, it's on us to stand up and make them recognize us as a nation.
Here's a question. So, are the ones in St. Louis and Mississippi, are those always also considered Washita, or is that like a different group?
Well,
Okay, go ahead, brother.
they're indigenous mounds.
Oh, and hold on. Someone is asking, are you guys Hebrew? Would you guys consider yourself to be Hebrew Israelite or Hebrew? That's a question from the audience.
No, I don't. I identify with being Kushite, Western Kushite, West African. I don't identify with being Hebrew or any Abrahamic mythology or anything like that. I don't subscribe to that.
So okay. I'm sorry I had to interrupt that because he kept asking the question. So, but what were you saying about like the difference between um Doctor I'm sorry, Brother Umar Bey. What do you know about the difference between the St. Louis? Is there a different group or is this all the same group?
Well, the Cahokia, he's about 900 AD, 900 AD, and maybe before 100 AD, a time frame. And Cahokia is awesome. He's about that Cahokia all over that area, even over in the Missouri, in Illinois. They have all kind of areas full of mounds. And I think it's Vincennes, Missouri. That's a location over there near you. Hundreds of mound sites over there, pyramids. When the Mormons came through on their way out to Utah, they stopped in the area near the mounds because the Mormons traced their roots back to mounds. So there are all kind of mounds in the area. There's also this place called Russell's Cave, the evidence of our people there before. So the only difference between the pyramids, the mounds in Missouri, Illinois, and the ones out here is the age. It's still the same culture, and over thousands of years they evolved. You still have a culture of people building mounds that are scientific, not just some piles of dirt, but they may line up with the constellations, they line up with the cardinal points, they line up with the seasons. So you have people, scientists, engineers constructing sites all over what's known as North America, Illinois, and all the way up to Minnesota, out in California, Florida, New York. The whole nation is covered with a culture of people who built mounds. So the ones in Illinois are also next to the ones in Colorado, the ones in Michigan. You'll find evidence in Louisiana. You find evidence in Louisiana of stones from Michigan, stuff from Colorado, stuff in Ohio. You might find evidence coming from Missouri, coming from Oklahoma. So you will find that these mound sites have evidence of trade and cross connections throughout the country. The ones in Oklahoma have evidence of pearls and diamonds. They actually found in what they call the spiral mounds in Oklahoma. They found evidence of coins, Egyptian coins, and Viking ruins, all kind of. So the history we have of America being this wilderness that somebody discovered, walked over across the Bering Straits, or came across with Columbus is just a myth. It's a legend. The fact is, based on evidence that you can easily I can share with you, that we have been here forever. You asked the question about giants. There's so many records of skeletons and remains of giants being dug up. We could find them. So when people say it's not true, it's a hoax. Understand, we live in a world today where everything is questionable. Everything is suspect. It's very hard to validate too much stuff because of this computer-generated imaging and other ways people can alter images. So, and to be quite blunt, to me, we live in a society where you have a double standard. You have one standard of this empirical, factual stuff you can verify. Another standard called white power and white control. So that's the reality to me. You try to define stuff in America, it's a matter of context. And one context that people are trapped in is to believe the white power's definition of different concepts and terms. So when it comes to the Washita, we don't exist anymore. Okay, they cannot recognize us.
So
Okay?
here's the question. I'm
Yes,
sorry. Here's a question. Now look at this map, you guys. These are all of the pyramids throughout America.
some of them.
Some of them. So that's not even all of them, huh? There's still
Not
more.
even, yes.
Okay. Now, this is crazy to think that this is hitting all over like this, and people just are clueless. Do you think there's a cover? Because when I actually did the research into the giants, right, it said something along the lines of the Smithsonian that the Smithsonian they negate that there's anything going on in the Grand Canyon when it comes down to the structures found in the Grand Canyon. They negate the existence of giants. They say they're both mythological things. So, and then when you actually talk about some of the things that you're talking about, when you do the research, I'm not sure whether they have something that goes out and puts out this information and AI grabs it. But most of the time, when you actually find from a search engine, it will say that this is all myth. What are your thoughts? Well, I would like both of y'all to speak about that.
Well, specifically, when I'm gonna speak about the Grand Canyon one because I might not be as familiar with the other ones. I have a problem with what they found or what they claim that they found in it, because what I know about traditional rulership, especially when it comes to the Nile Valley, because of my close association with the House of Kush, uh, kings and rulers do not put images of other rulers in their tombs, right? That bust that they keep showing you is Akhenaten. That's from the 18th dynasty. You understand what I'm saying? So for that particular bust to be in there, that means that they would have to either be cults of Akhenaten, or it would have to be somebody from the dynastic order of Akhenaten. You understand what I'm saying? And it's like that the stuff don't match up. Like you would never find you would never find another another likeness of somebody else in their grave like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it's funerary rituals that go along with with those type of things, and those things haven't changed in millennia. They haven't changed in millennia. So it's like, I don't know. Like, I question them. For it to be a Buddhist temple and a Nile Valley temple in there at the same time. You know what I mean? It's just, I don't know. So yeah, I kind of chunked that one up to the pseudo.
Okay, okay, brother.
Right.
How old are you? How old are you, brother? Because have you ever been to Arizona yourself and done any research?
Laurel.
Hello.
Yeah, well, excuse what you say?
So I don't understand. You're saying you doubt the possibility of it being.
Well, I don't doubt the possibility. I doubt
Mhm.
that those artifacts being from the Akhenaten dynasty, and I doubt if those artifacts were ever found in that area.
Okay, so just I only speak fact, brother. I went to
Yeah, yeah.
Arizona.
We could pull up the images of the relics that they claim to
Brother,
find in there.
whatever image you're talking about are in the past 5, 10, 15 years. 30 years ago, I was in Arizona with white guys who were in the Grand Canyon. Okay, I was there with the guys. I saw the stuff in their houses, in there. I seen the artifacts.
But that was back in like
I,
19
I'm just
hundreds, bro. You will have
okay.
to be
So
100 years
those
old.
guys. I'm not fucking with you, brother. The stuff is still there as we speak. These gentlemen went in there after World War II. They had Navy craft. They went down there. That's all. So we don't have to debate now, but I will share with you the recordings I have talking about these gentlemen, their wives, their kids, saw their collections. So I don't want to debate with you. I'm just telling you, you haven't not been exposed to more evidence. That's all.
I'm sorry.
More research.
You have like a background. I think you might be driving, Laurel. That's probably so. When you're talking, speak and then
I'm,
take it off mute. And when you're not talking, put it off because the wind from your car is blowing.
okay. So
Adjust
brother,
the
so
camera,
I'm
Brother
not going to
Bay.
debate with you. I'll share with you information I have.
Okay.
I went out to Arizona for several years. I went all through the state. I went up and down and found other stuff, other evidence of our existence out there. So I'm sure you haven't seen it yet. What I have is not on the internet. You're not going to find it on the internet. I mean, I'm talking about 1980, 1990 research I did out in Arizona, in the desert, Ajo, Arizona, going up to the Supai tribe, have a Supai, and speaking to different elders and just a lot of other people who've already done the research. But also, I found the grave robbers, the guys who went into the Grand Canyon, stole the stuff, had to deal with. They did, I mean, actually, somebody died up there, so I know a lot of details I don't want to go over now. But whenever you want to get the evidence, come see me. I will share it with you. I have audios. I will sit in the audience, interviewing people. They don't always recording them, talking about what they found. These rich European guys who did it. They went there. So if you want the evidence, I can share with you. I know their family, I know the kids. I know where the stuff is stored right now. I know what got burnt up and blew up. But I have so what was found in the Grand Canyon. It's not like it's not real. It's just there's no proof to other people unless you were there. Unless you were there,
So were
you
they
just look at.
grave sites or was it like an actual town or city or
There were
what
cities.
exactly
There were
was it?
giant cities underground. He showed me images of he said Umar, they're a room full of men, mummified, no women, all mummified men, mummified birds. This white powder. These guys were dealing with gold. They were not just. I mean, the stuff they found, they sold to to senators, like Senator Byrd in West Virginia bought a lot of artifacts, and so I'm just saying these are the same gentlemen who helped. Wow, we're talking about the 1940s, 1950s. These guys were part of create Las Vegas. Okay, that's what they talk about. How they sold stuff to mobsters in Las Vegas back in the 50s. And oh my God! So I just have evidence you might want to look at before you just write it all off, because empirical evidence will always outdo this white supremacy denial of our existence. When I was teaching, and I would go to conferences on history, they would say, "Brother Umar, we agreed to." Well, they told me they agreed to not accept anything I've written. There'll be a history a conference. They will make an agreement. Okay, well, Umar, your stuff is very compelling. We agreed not to believe any of it. Like, really, y'all can do that? You can vote me off the planet. But so when you talk about publicly available information, the Smithsonian Institute is famous for covering up stuff.
Why do you think the Smithsonian Institute has had like such a big hand in covering up this information, or even just because even when you look it up online, it'll go right to the Smithsonian. Like, they are the authority on what exists and what does not exist as far as artifacts. Why is it that they are the ones that can like make whether or not something is true or not? Why are they the authority?
Because they're the only ones with
I'm sorry, you broke up. Say it again, Laurel.
It's that's all political. The Smithsonian is political. You know what I'm saying? So museums are political. Anything that like teach you history, all of that stuff is political. To give you a narrative. You see what I'm saying? So unless you have your own institutions, privately funded institutions, you will never ever know the truth. You know what I'm saying? And that's the reason why the Smithsonian has a monopoly on it, is because no one else is going to put the money up to
So
do
what
what
about
they
the
do.
African? What about the African American Museum? How come we don't have
What about them?
something?
They don't do what the Smithsonian do. They just keep old nigga shit. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cuss.
Have you ever seen my museum?
No.
Okay, well, I fund my own museum. I fund my own school. I fund my own stuff. So go check my museum out, brother. It's on my website.
Your museum is on your website. Where's the physical
Well,
building?
fine. One is a location in Hammond, Louisiana. It's called the African American Heritage Museum. I have displays in there on
Where,
the ancient
where,
one.
where, where did you say the physical building is?
Yes, sir. You can go on our website. Go to my website, check it out. Called the blackinventionmuseum.org. There'll
No,
be
no, I
a
said where's the physical museum at?
it's in a place called 1600 feet square in Hammond, Louisiana. But you can find an address on my website. There's like a map page on there
Okay.
you can look at. But it's actually called Tangipahoa, which is an indigenous name. The Tangipahoa African American Heritage Museum and Veterans Archive. It's in a place called Hammond, Louisiana. We actually had so brother, that building is a former elementary school. There used to be the all black school in that area, and they're going to tear it down. And we put together a committee to raise money and put a roof on the thing. And we bought it from the city, and we turned that school into a museum. And we use it as a community center. We have weddings there in the cafeteria. We have concerts there in the auditorium. So we, as a community, bought that school that our grandparents went to, and they know for generations, and we restored it into a museum. Okay, and in the museum,
Wow,
we have a
that's
display there.
awesome.
That's amazing.
Wow.
So
Why don't we
now,
hear more about this?
Yeah, that's amazing. I'm
it's a black
my
thing. It's a
dude.
black thing.
That's
It's
some
not,
shit to congratulate and award.
so can
Wow,
you go to
brother,
my
we need to
website?
hear more about you.
Yeah.
Where have you been? Where have you been?
So
Why?
if you go look at hotep.org and click on the Black Invention Museum link, it'll take you right to my website. And on there, I have pictures of the museum display with the black inventions, as well as with the pyramids in America, as well as with the ancient ones, talking about our ancient ancestors. So you'll see my display on the website, but you can actually go there physically in person and see the pictures up close and read information, because I'm very, yeah, there you go. All right. So let me see where you go here. So go scroll up a little bit. Let me scroll down. See that tangible whole African American Heritage Museum, the Veterans Archive. Here's a map to how to get to it. Okay. Here I am. This is my Black Inventions display here. Um, and then you keep going down, you're gonna see. Look at what see what they say there. Our story is much more than a month. Every day, everyone in each nation, every nation will use something invented by African, Asiatic Moor, Indigenous Moor, Native American, African American, and many other people of color. The original mothers and fathers of humankind and civilization, aka so-called Black folks, originally of the Nile Valley. Okay, what we use every day come from us. Okay. Going down some more. No. Go to the website hotep.org. Go to hotep.org website. I'm gonna show you those are things we invented. We invented the two-cycle engine. We invented hot shock absorbers for the robot arms. Okay, street sweepers, so all kind of stuff. So this museum I have over 100 of collections. So I go to Jamaica, I go around the world, and I teach kids all over the world about being engineers. I teach. I'm just trying to share. So this is the pyramid. This is my museum website here. I see this book here. I had Kareem Abdul-Jabbar write this book. See this book here? What color is my world? That's Jabbar, Kareem, my hero, the real GOAT. All right. Kareem is a real basketball GOAT, not the NBA GOAT, but all of that. Anyway, keep on. So here's a poster, the map I make. See this poster here? I took the time, had all these inventions, got the correct spelling for every inventor's name, the patent number, and the actual date they were examined and approved. So here you have a list of over 100 things that we invented that people all over the world use every day. That's one thing that was like 20, 30 years ago I did that. So my museums, even today I still travel to museums. So I want to go and show you the other museums. So go to where it said, let me see, supporting museums. No. Go to, you have to go back to my other website. Go to hotep.org website. Okay, so scroll down here. You can see a picture of the museum with the pyramids in America. See this? So here, see this picture right here? This is the exhibit hall I have there. On one side, you have exhibits of the pyramids in America, and especially the pyramids in Louisiana. The other side, you see the origin of Black Mardi Gras Indians, the Washita. So that is one of the exhibits at the museum we have down in Hammond. So we have a museum. So I know you're saying other museums are full of crap, Negro stuff, all slave crap. I can't stand museums full of slave stuff. Please forgive me. But my museum don't have that. I'm bringing the facts. That's why you don't hear about our stuff. Okay, but we built we recovered our own building. There's another museum, Monroe, in Washita Parish. I wish people help me redesign it because it has a bunch of slave stuff in there. It needs to be restored with stuff dealing with the indigenous culture.
Yeah,
And you can
like the I'm not interested in the slave stuff unless it's dealing with the maroon free people, the people who was revolting. You know what I'm saying? Because this is one thing that I keep trying to explain to people. We are the remnants of the ones who revolted. That's who we are. All of us come from down south. All of us are blood descendants of people who come from those maroon communities. You know
the
what I'm saying?
people in the
And we
the
uh,
people in the wilderness, right? It's the people who survived in the wilderness. We broke up. We survived in the
yeah,
wilderness.
yeah, yeah. And we was doing our own thing. We had our own communities and whatnot. And when they after the Civil War, when they started integration, when they started including niggas into the United States. You know what I'm saying? Prior to that, you was property. You was considered chattel property. You wasn't considered a man. You was like 3/5 of a man. You feel what I'm saying? So you wasn't really considered property. But those who revolted ended up in like maroon communities where we built our own stuff. We had our own we had our own trade routes. We had our own economy. Bro, we had hundreds, if not thousands, of farms and ranches and mills, and I mean, like we had a lot of stuff. And they
You're
took.
right.
Huh?
Go ahead.
No, and I was just saying they took it from us using psychological warfare and guerrilla warfare tactics. As soon as they created the Emancipation Proclamation, they created the Klan right after that to deal with the maroon problem.
Yeah.
Like yeah, like to deal with that maroon problem. The fact that quote unquote niggas was thriving. We were thriving.
Well,
We
the
wasn't
Emancipation Proclamation,
supposed to be thriving, and we were.
yeah. So, brother, you familiar with the Emancipation Proclamation said and why these white patriot groups are so anti-federal government? Because
Yeah,
they
yeah,
understand.
because the federal government is the one who did it to them.
Well, the federal government was supposed to defend the so-called Negroes from the white supremacists and the slave masters. That was all about all that Reconstruction. The federal government was after anyway. Go if you read the Emancipation Proclamation and at General Order Number 3, which is a whole other topic again. If you
Yeah,
understand why
yeah,
you have the patriot movement and the white people are against the federal government. Back in the 90s, you had white people who were bombing federal facilities. We had to put barricades around federal buildings because there were the white power, white nationalists, Ku Klux Klan, whatever you want to call them, were against the federal government because the federal government was helping out non-white people. Okay, call it black people,
yeah.
Mexicans.
That's what caused the racial divide in the United States in the first place. Is the fact that they wanted to integrate, which I don't think we should have, or we never should have integrated. We should have just stayed separate but equal. You know what I'm saying? We had our own cities, our own towns, our own inventors. We had our own engineers, scientists, doctors, lawyers. You know what I'm saying? All of that. You know what I'm saying? And there was nothing wrong with that. But when they started integration, we started taking white people jobs, them poor white people jobs, and all that stuff, man. You know what I'm saying? The unions was using black people as alternative workers, and while our workers was on strike, and that made white people galvanize against us. See, us being used as tools, we was just happy to work. You
No,
see
I
what
get
I'm
that.
saying?
But I know this is a good subject. We have to do that subject another time
Yeah,
because I
yeah,
really want
yeah.
to get
So
back into these pyramids because this is a thing that when people talk about the pyramids that happened in Egypt, from what I understand, these periods was older. Is this correct? These pyramids are older
there's
than.
some periods. Once again, you're talking about the dating system of the Western culture, European dating system. So, but when you look at it, if you compare it, the stuff they found in the United States was as older than what they see in Egypt. Now, the caveat is the date they give to the Sphinx and the pyramid is not correct. They're much older than the date that the Europeans give it. So they don't know. So we're dependent on once again the white power definition and versus the actual empirical dated stuff. There are pyramids down in Mexico. They date to 3,000 years, okay? Yet they have lava flows on them dating to 12,000 years old. How you gonna have 12,000 year old lava flow over a pyramid only 3,000 years old? So once again, it's in context and relative to people trying to have a narrative. As the brother said, they're trying to maintain a narrative. The Smithsonian Institute, if you read Dr. Neely Fuller, I think Dr. Neely Fuller actually worked at the Smithsonian Institute. I think it was a security guard in D.C. And he was actually one of the mentors for Dr. Francis Cress Welding.
That's
And he
right.
wrote a book called, his book. So if you go read his book, he simply says that unless you understand things from the perspective of white supremacy, white power, white control, white male domination, call it what you want to call it, you're not going to understand anything. So you talk about stuff, there are two definitions. It's a double standard. It's the real truth. Then you got the white power part that helps them maintain the illusion of being superior when they already know they're inferior. In every manner of the way, going back to just simple biology, genetics, and science, natural history tells you about dominant and recessive gene pool. So understanding of the people who have created a system to maintain control when they're the minority, and we can talk about economics, education, or politics. It all goes back to maintaining white control, white male, manufactured, invented control, and it's about to come to an end. I'm so happy. So when we
So
talk,
this is one of the examples of a mound that was built that was back in. I'm not sure how old this one is, but it's called the Serpent Mound in Ohio. Now, so some of these mounds, I'm imagining probably have function. I'm not. What would the function of something like this be? Just for decorate? Because I mean, you can't see all this
yeah,
from on the ground. So, what would be the purpose of creating a mound like this, where you can't even see it from on the ground? You know what I'm saying? You
well,
only just
first
see
of
that
all,
it's, huh?
let me pose one question. I'm gonna move on and answer a question. What if they were giants? Okay, now look at the tail of this thing. That tail of that thing is a nautilus. Can you put it back up there? The tail of this serpent mound is a nautilus. See that? That is science. That is 1.6 on the scale. Like pi is 3.4. This is 5. That's a nautilus. That is showing proportion, Fibonacci number. If you look at the inner body of it, that's a sine wave, 60 cycle hertz, like running through our house electricity. Look at the head of that, look like a snake swallowing an egg or an ankh. So this image has been studied several times. This actual Serpent Mound site was the site of a giant lightning strike or meteor strike, some kind of phenomenal strike here. And this site here is owned by the Peabody Museum of Harvard University, even though this is in the middle of Ohio. So Harvard has done extensive research on this site. They own this site to do the research. And Serpent Mound is world famous, and it is actually a scientific phenomenon. The way it's built, these different ridges align with different constellations in the sky, and they also align up with the solstice, the winter, spring, summer, quarterly, solstice, and equinox. So many sites are in alignment with the equinox. You'll find in Minnesota, in Indiana, Mississippi, California. You'll find all these sites that have some scientific significance that shows evidence of them being constructed at some point, I guess, when the stars are up, because they're aligned with different constellations in the sky. So this is one of the many sites you have there. Okay. Oh, here's a great site here. Tuscaloosa, Roll Tide, Alabama. You see that? So this site here is outside Tuscaloosa. The word Tuscaloosa, if you see, is actually the name of a 7-foot, like a giant black chief. This pyramid is on something called the Black Warrior River, and Tuscaloosa is the name of a great black warrior. So Tuscaloosa is Black Warrior, and you have this pyramid along the river. Today, if you can go to Alabama right now, and right going through the city, through Tuscaloosa or the nearest river of Tuscaloosa, Alabama, is the Black Warrior River. Here, just a little information about that. So Tusca means warrior and Lusa means black. So this site was supposedly visited by Ferdinand de Soto. De Soto will be the first European to come on the shore and explore the southeast. And de Soto is known to have run into several pyramid cultures, starting with the first one he ran into down in Florida near Tampa, I think called Crystal Lake or Crystal Springs. It's a famous pyramid site down there in Florida. And he went from site to site until he got to the Washita, de Soto. Ferdinand came to the Washita where we killed him. I'm sorry. He was disposed of by the native people, and his people ran. When he got close to the Washita, de Soto got dealt with. So here you have de Soto coming into Alabama. And here it says he's killed thousands of native people. Okay, Soto he was killed. De Soto's men killed 7,000 Indians, including the great chief Tuscaloosa, a 7-foot giant. You can't make that up. Come on.
Okay, let me tell you something. When we talk about like giants, right? And this is what I said, is that if the average human being at that time was the size of like 5'3", 5'2", 5'5" at the most, then a 7-foot tall person would be considered a giant. So, or anything taller than that, And so you say 7 feet. I think that what people are doing they're conflating it like they were like 25,000 feet tall, some kind of crazy amount. But
no. The skulls they found out of the States, I didn't see any more than over 9 feet tall. I mean, 9 foot few inches tall. So there's evidence of them. It's a book called Lost Cities of North and Central America by a man named, what's his name? Let me see. I don't have the book on here.
Can I respond to this?
Go ahead while he looks at the book.
So the problem that I have with believing in giants, are they trying to say like giants was a race of people? And
No,
if so,
go ahead.
people come with technology. Like clothes, textiles, swords, tools, shit like that, right? And it would seem like if there was a race of people that were giants, I mean, like we humans, right? And we number in the billions right now. You see what I'm saying? So I'm thinking that if there was a race of giants, there would at least be, I don't know, 10,000 or more, maybe more. And if there are giants and they're breeding and they're having sex with each other, right? So why don't we find evidence of big, huge, giant infrastructures of industry that could support big, huge people? You
So,
see what I'm saying?
so as he said, a 7-foot giant. So, all right, Shaquille O'Neal is, I think, 6'9" or something like that. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, he would be considered a giant in those times.
Nah, that's Shaquille O'Neal is short compared to the people they talking about.
7
Yeah.
feet tall.
So
Okay, listen. If you read what it says,
Yeah,
the king of Tuscaloosa was a 7-foot giant. He's 7 foot tall.
okay, let
yeah,
me see
but the
this here.
skeletons that they found in the Americas of those giants are not 7 feet tall giants.
Okay, here's one here.
They're way taller than that.
Here's a page here. See nine. This says mound in Ashland County, Ohio, in 1879. 9 foot 8 inch skeleton was excavated from a mound near Burrillville, Indiana. Indianapolis News, November 10th, 1975. This is a newspaper down there. It says 6 foot
9 feet.
skeletons. So you can look source yourself. Here's another source here. It says they're gigantic skeletons found. It says the St. Paul Pioneer Press, May 23rd, 1883. So I like to go to sources. So if I say they existed, how do you know that? Because when they found them, the local newspaper come in and took the story. I don't think they even need to cover anything up. So there are several articles you're going to find if you go back and look through old newspapers around the country. So instead of trying to go find a app or something on internet or some whatever TikTok thing, there's actual written down, published journalistic evidence, and you can still question it also, because if there's one article, I promise you, even like the article in Arizona about the Egyptian city in Arizona, there are several articles before that and after that about that particular thing. In the same way, if you want to go find evidence, let me see what it says here. Let me see what it says here. It says,
But ain't that because they just be running the same story? Different networks be running the same story.
this is 1895, sir. There were no networks. 1895. This is 1885.
I want to also just show this real quick, because the tallest man, and this was back in 1918 at that time, and he passed away in 1940, was 8 feet 11 inches tall, almost 9. Like I would say, one more inch, he'd been 9 feet tall. So it's not far fetched to think that people could have been 9 feet tall.
Let me try to find this. Okay, so bear with me. I'm gonna go into my pictures, photos here. Hold on, photos here.
And probably because of what they were eating or whatever was going on at that time. Your screen is black. Are you trying to show something, or? Okay, right. So he says that they have NBA players that are 8 feet tall. So there are still people,
okay, let me do
to this day, that are tall. That are of a very high, very big height. So
can you share my screen?
I can't see it. You have to click present and then show what you're trying to show. It'll give you the option to choose.
Yes,
Your screen is black, so I don't know if you switched.
Okay, so let me get back into it. I was online. Hold on. We're gonna get this right. I'll never give up. We're gonna get it right. Okay.
But I just wanted to just make it be known that. Okay, there we go.
I just want to because once again, I'm a researcher. I don't want to argue with people. So where can I go in here? You can see my screen. If I put a picture on.
All right. If you click on the bottom, it says mute, start cam settings, stop screen, present.
Yeah.
Click present.
It doesn't say. This says mic, cam, chat, more, leave. See, more is comment, recording, stream to this audience. That's it. Stream to this audience. Click on that. Stream to this audience. Log in to create an account. Oh,
no, that's the stream onto your audience. It should be a thing called present. You don't see anything on your thing that says.
It just says more, and more says settings, comments, recording, streaming, stream this to your audience, settings. No problem. I was trying to share. How could I send you? I can email you an image. How about that? Let me try this.
I send it to you. I send it to your. You have my email. Just go ahead and send that. But yeah, so I think that
Yes,
the
yes.
idea of a giant, I think that we have a certain thing in our mind of a giant, but I think that these people like this, what I'm showing right here, would be considered a giant. If you look from this is an average sized man and he's almost 9 feet tall, that person would be considered a giant.
Dear sister, you look at a mound site called Spiral Mounds in Oklahoma. They call it the King Tut treasure of the Arkansas Valley. One of the things they found there was a body of armor, complete
Would it be? Was it on one of these things
copper.
here?
It was
Or-
made being 8 feet tall. So there are evidence that at least one body of armor. I know I've seen it several times. It's actually when you go to the museum there at Spiral Mound, they talk about it also. So there's evidence of everything being found. Let me go in here and see giants.
It's called Spiral
Let
Mounds.
me see. I'm gonna see some articles here real quick if I can connect. It's called Spiral Mounds. Spiral Oklahoma. And of course, I see things have been sanitized. A lot of information has been deleted and erased. How can I attach a picture to this? Send this to you. Come on, man. Excellent. Okay, God, we're gonna get this done here, dear sister. Some cooperation.
Sorry, guys, we're just well,
So we get together,
listen,
because we're seconds away. Some of these pictures may be it's 8 pictures I'm sending you. You can scan them and read them closely yourself, and then we can continue on this questions about giants and evidence, that kind of stuff there. Let me see here. Okay, I just sent you an email of 8 images. I hope that comes
Like
through
if
there.
giants wore sandals, right? There would be somebody or
Sir?
some place that be making sandals for the giants. You see what I'm saying? And like everything in there would be giant, huge stuff. And it's like,
I
how
understand.
do you get rid? Huh?
But have you been about the copper mines in Upper Michigan Peninsula? Where they found huge tools. They got these huge tools all over the country. Even when you are in Russell, you ever heard of Russell Cave,
Yeah, but
Illinois?
I'm saying like even that though. Like think about it. If they found a huge tool, then that means you would still need other tools to make that tool. You see what I'm saying? And so
Yes,
it's
sir.
like there should be a plethora of uh just physical evidence of like industry for to
So
that
see,
supported giants.
okay,
You see
so
what I'm
so
saying?
all right, so there's right now you have okay, what's the biggest shoe you could probably get right now?
Oh,
20
shit,
feet.
I don't. Yeah, something like that.
You understand? So you think that okay, so I think that you're conflating the size of a giant as like something. If a person's like 9 feet tall and they have a shoe that's like maybe a size 15 or 20 or
I'm
whatever.
Yeah, but they be talking about like a race of giants, and the race of giants they talking about are not
No,
9 feet
time out.
tall.
I wear size 15, 16. Come on now.
Yeah, I wear a size 15, and that's what I'm saying. Like the giants that they're talking about aren't 9 feet tall giants. They're much
No,
taller than that.
they were no, based on what he's saying, based on the archaeological evidence.
Yeah. That's just that one. They found
In this time
hundreds.
frame, yeah, over the
Yeah.
years.
They found hundreds of giant bones here.
If you go look
Okay.
it up, the Biloxi River in Texas, you're gonna find evidence, archaeological evidence, because we'll go by what you see, of dinosaur footprint and giant human footprints. So that's
Hmm.
you on research. It's called the Biloxi River. I think it's near Fort Worth, Texas. I do a lot of research.
I mean,
Those
and it's
down
not
by
I
far
think it's called the
fetched.
Brazos. I think it's called the Brazos River.
It's
where's
not
Brad?
far fetched if you think about it, right? Because the Earth was capable of sustaining dinosaurs, which are pretty much gigantic lizards and birds and shit. You see what I'm saying? So
They're
why
extinct,
why
aren't they?
wouldn't it be able to support a large Homo sapien?
So this
So
is what
yeah,
when you look it up online,
yeah.
right? I said archaeological evidence of giants in America. This is what they're saying. So while there are numerous anecdotal accounts and legends and claims of giants in North America, archaeological evidence of their existence is largely unsupported by mainstream science. I don't know why.
Yeah,
Because
yeah. That's the mainstream narrative. Of course, that's what
yeah,
they're gonna say.
exactly. That's what they agree on it.
Yeah,
They agree on
that's why I say that's political. Like when you go through Google, when you go through anything that's in the mainstream, that is all political.
Correct.
You know what I'm saying? You gotta
That's
go through people that ain't
propaganda,
got nothing.
not information. That's
Yeah, you gotta go to people who ain't got nothing invested in their political agendas and ideologies. You see what I'm saying?
it's
And
just
that's
a
the like for instance, I'll give you an example, sis. I don't believe in the Big Bang cosmology, right? I follow more of a plasma cosmology, electric universe cosmology,
All
right?
right.
What,
So this is it. Okay, Lovelock Cave, Nevada. Claims of an 8 to 10 foot tall mummies with red hair allegedly linked to the polytheistic legend of the cannibalistic Seetica were found in Lovelock Cave. However, these findings have not been scientifically verified and are often attributed to misidentified or fabricated remains. Didn't it say the same thing at Catalina Island, California? Race of fair-haired, blue-eyed giants with advanced technology been linked to Catalina Island.
that's fake AI generated stuff. Can you go to the article I sent you? Go to the article I sent you.
Okay, let me
I
see.
sent you. Go to check your email. And so instead of this 2020 generated nonsense, let's go back to some actual newspapers. We can go look up go get the microfiche and see the original documentation.
Okay, I don't see the email you sent me. You sent it to Monica.Lockett. Hold on, let me make sure you
I
have it.
do believe so. Let me go look again. Oh, I just closed that up. Yeah, I just sent it.
That's I just put my email in the chat. That's my email right there. Because I have been trying to find, because I was like, I know that trust me, I believe that exists. I just, when I tried to look it up, this is what came out to me.
I
I'm like,
don't give a damn about no giants, to be honest with you. I think it's an interesting subject though.
but what I'm hearing is
Let me go in here.
giants 8 to 10 foot. It's not going into like 25 foot. They're like 8 to 10 foot.
I seen some pictures. I'm sorry.
Yeah, or even let me see. I just sent you pictures.
But for real, I'm more interested in coming up with a strategy on how to make the Black nationalist organizations unite into one organization. That's to me like that's the ultimate plan, and it's like if we don't do that, they win. I've been studying their COINTELPRO and all of that bull stuff that they've been using against us, psychological warfare, and all of that stuff is designed to keep us from forming black militant coalitions. They don't want us organized and militant.
Well, I believe that you have to know where you come from to even know where because if you don't even know your history, you don't even think you're capable of doing something like that. You're still thinking that you're a slave. You're not thinking that you came here first. So once you first go into the history and understand that your history is far greater than what you're being told, and then okay, well now that I know that I come from a rich lineage in history, now I can get into okay, you know.
Well, I'm saying like right now, like even with that being said, because I think that's most definitely important. I think or we ought to just change our values over to food, clothes, shelter, economics, and defense. That should be the only thing that we rally around. If we rally around anything else, we're gonna run into issues of
So,
division.
brother, what you call it? So we all a mutual agenda. Yeah.
Huh?
Were you talking to us, Umar?
Sister
Oh,
Monica.
yeah, yes.
I'm this is Barbara. I'm sitting back listening, and I understand what I think it was Laura Burns, his name.
Yeah,
L.
real, yeah.
Yeah, the problem that's going to be is that we don't control those industries that produces those things, and that's going to be hard because right now, with all these major corporations controlling the 5 major things that sustains life, till we get a hold of it. And right now we're so divided. We lacking cultural cohesiveness. And I've been talking about this since the late 60s. We've been talking about even in the so-called
See,
churches.
like
And
we're
okay,
analyzing it,
allow me
right?
to
So,
allow me to finish if you please. Then not then I'll step
okay,
back.
sorry. Apologize.
And as a elder of 79 years who've been a part of a lot of the moves and things you're talking about, being with Dr. Abernathy and different ones and on the movement and marches, that was one thing we had back then, and that is trying to get everybody on the same page. Our problem is that we got to come up with a centralized value system that bring us together cohesively, and we don't, and we like that because we allow ourselves to be manipulated based on what we think we read or what we think we know and have not done the research. That's why I reach out to Brother Bay, because he's a foremost authority on a lot, because that's all he do is travel. We both do a lot of research and travel. And I've been fighting this a long time. What I found out with the injection of what they call the science of eugenics, everybody look like us ain't us. And there are people out here that we try to make them work. It's not going to work because they're going to constantly infiltrate to destroy. What we're going to do is find a way to get around and change, like you said, change our priorities. Our priorities are being controlled by the media. And most time our situation dictates our morals. And we're up against a wall now because we're trying to fight a 200-year-old battle. It should have been won a long time ago. And as an elder and as an Ephraim priest, and also my father Washington, because this brother I'm on here tonight, he know me real well, and we've been together, we've been on platforms together, and we've been trying to do the same. Our problem is getting a centralized focus on a goal to reach out to. And I'll step back and listen.
But
Yeah, so
brother,
okay,
unite.
brother.
We need to unite. Go ahead, brother.
Now, Elder, you go ahead, bro.
You know, I grew up in LA, and I watched the Black Panthers become the Community Redevelopment Improvement Party, called the Crips, later on. But what they had was the 10-point platform. You had people, so you didn't have a leader. You had some issues. We all need water. We all need clean food. We all need education. Even in the Washita, the point, we identified mutual needs. And forget within the Washita Nation, we had Hebrew Israelites, Rastafarians, Nation Islam, Moors. It didn't matter. We all grew food and we found mutual things, and we united around what we had in common as opposed to our differences. Now, in this day and age, it's always a battle with this, and you can't. People of different mindset. There's no compromise. We all need to go to a store and buy eggs and milk, whatever. But people don't, like, I go to Walmart, brother. I'm seeing this got black, white, Chinese, and, Hebrews, Indians, so Walmart got people united on the fact that they are a source of stuff everybody needs. Everybody needs the stuff at Walmart. Okay, I go to Walmart. So we need to have our own marketplace where everybody can come together and be a producer. So when you come to the market, you are contributing to the community. If you just raise chickens and bring eggs, your kids sew together socks, whatever. In the wash store we had these sisters who they just sold clothes. I never knew how much sewing was needed done, but they had these serge machines or making clothes, sewing clothes, fixing uniform. So everybody had talent. And when you talk about coming together, we have to come together because we all have a mutual benefit and mutual contributions. We all can work together, but we come together on what discussing what we're discussing today. Just Europeans' opinions and stuff. The Big Bang Theory, that's irrelevant to us. Who won the NBA final? Irrelevant to us. We need to come together on like here today. I spent all day long training these brothers on how to build bee boxes and be beekeepers and how to grow different stuff. I grow. We talking about so that kind of interaction, and they come, Brother Umar. We really appreciate you. I appreciate y'all. So you got to be giving of yourself, and so to build the nation is going to start just at your own neighborhood. A little pocket of people get together and become mutually beneficial to each other. Okay, in every way, if just watching your children, watching whatever it is. I'm gonna cook tonight. So we have all these people in our community who are without wearing a T-shirt or a hat or having some kind of ceremony. We are one nation of people. We're the Moors. Okay, and that's what we operate with no fanfare. You know, so when people can free themselves up from the imagery and the pageantry and just start doing it, practice. Instead of saying we need to do it, start doing it. We need to unite. So we're doing it down here. I mean, today was a wonderful day. This whole weekend been wonderful, man. This whole week is just because we're doing it down here and we do it quiet. We don't make like the revolution will not be televised. The elders say, put that camera down and pick up the hoe, man. Like, what? We try to videotape stuff down here. The elders don't want that videotape. We just got to go to work. You got to take action immediately. Don't discuss it. You know, and the leader is the agenda. We're trying to achieve a goal, write down the agenda, put out a plan, identify 20 tasks that got to be completed, and everybody pick up a task. I'm doing number 7, 9, and 12. You do number 1, 2, and 3, and everybody form an agenda. That's what the Black Panther said in that 10-point platform. You had food, you had education, you had clothing, all kind of stuff, but you had agenda. Everybody's kids need some clean socks and shoes and breakfast, and that's all you had. The food, the Head Start food program at public school started because those brothers implemented that thing within the Black Panther Party in Oakland and LA. So I was there. I was there getting that breakfast from the Black Panthers and from the Crisp before the school started doing it. They gave us saltine crackers and Nestle Quick and stories about the pigs. So that was an institution we started doing, and now they picked up on it. Now they picked up on our dance, our music, our everything else, and our culture has been reduced to entertainment. Okay, but it goes more than that. But simply put, we need to become an asset to ourselves as a community, and then work together. Everybody got to bring something to the table. You got to have a skin in the game. You can't just come here begging. Everybody needs something, but you got to bring something to the table. And a lot of people come to the table just with their hand out, and they don't put no glove on it and get to work. You know, admit that you get your hand up, put the mitt on there, go do something, and earn it from the universe, not from us. So it's a mindset out here now, and I'm really old, and I'm telling you, this is the first podcast I've ever done. I refuse to talk. And brother, if you not asked me to do this, I wouldn't do this. I don't talk anymore. I don't want to argue with people. I just do. People go here and see what we're doing in person. Talk is cheap. We are doing it. We have a school. Okay, we have farms. We have museums. The stuff I was laughing because everything you said we should do, we do it. We have our own museum. We have our own school. We are totally self-sufficient, self-funding, self-determination. We write our own curriculum. Okay, and we're just a model for other people to come here and see it. We have people from all over the country to see how we set our schools up. People from Ohio, California, see how we run our schools because we're proven. What are they gonna say to us? My kids are brilliant. My kids are billionaires. We the billionaire babes. That's the only program we got going on down here. As we're moving on, and billions is more than just money. It's a wealth mindset and a foundation where you need nothing. My kids, we were traveling this weekend teaching, and we went to the store. My kids said, "I don't need nothing." We stopped at the store to shop. My kids like, "We don't need nothing. Let's go." We got the car and left, man. We're blessed. So it's a mindset where we're ready. We're trying to give stuff away. We're trying to reach out and help other people. So when you get a community of people who are givers, how about that? It's a mindset. That's what we are. So we're not patriotic. We're matriarchal. We are by nature lovers of each other. We don't like people say I'm a God-fearing Christian. We love God. I have no fear of the Creator. You only fear the wrath of God when you're guilty of something. If you're afraid of God, you're probably guilty of something. Okay, so you understand some mindset you develop. So you talk about so go back to the mound builders, the pyramid builders. The mound builders are people who are matriarchal. I mean, you talk about the cultures, the mound building culture. They've been here for continuous occupation for thousands of years. Continuous evidence, continuous occupation. You go into the Ouachita Parish in Louisiana, you'll find them digging up stuff, and they'll have layers. The archaeologists go in there and getting layers. So we go down 5,000 years, we see some people here, then go another 2,000 years, they're still here. And these societies have been occupying the same location over thousands of years. That is the ancient mound building, pyramid building cultures of North America who are scientists, okay? But then Cahokia, there are hundreds of pyramids up there, aren't there? And that one side, over 100 pyramids are by Cahokia.
Right. And here is the information about the giants. These are the microfiche clippings of the different discoveries of giants at the time. It's kind of hard to read because it's like,
But you can see the dates on there. You go get the dates and go find them articles yourself. Published May 4th, 18th, the New York Times. Go, hey, do the research. I'm a researcher.
Right.
I collect evidence and I share with people, and we can not my matter of opinion. This is newspaper articles that I think they have no reason really to kind of alter. But yeah.
Yeah, 1912, 1871. I mean, it's yeah.
Yeah, it was around the year the last.
So these are the dates when the articles were published. The people probably left 1,000 years before this. The skills they found are far older than the dates of these newspaper articles.
Hey, Mike.
These are the dates when they dug them up and recorded what they found.
Man, you say what your man said?
So the reason why I had said what I said earlier about the nationalist organizations uniting under one banner, not eliminating their distinctiveness, but becoming part and parcel to the government that was already established for us under Marcus Garvey. You know what I'm saying? And, I think like the Moorish Science Temple should be part of the legal department, and then the Nawabians probably over cultural or affairs and stuff like that. Every nationalist group got to take a position in that government, and that way all of our paperwork kind of coincides with each other. Because the one thing that we need to do as a people is start a bank account. We bro, we need a treasury. You see what I'm saying? A centralized treasury, and we need to elect a leader and follow his ass like he Jesus.
But you gotta design an agenda and put them in charge of executing the agenda. The personality is the problem. We don't need a personality.
The agenda is food, clothes, shelter, economics, and defense. Like if we don't rally around those principles, like that has to be the rallying cry, because if you do anything else, it's gonna create division.
Can I just say this? Is that they did this already, so it's not like it can't be done. It's incapable of being done. It's reinventing the wheel that already was. We saw what happened with that. So people are doing it, and as you can see, the young man up here, Omar Bey, is saying it's being done. It's just a matter then that you don't hear our heroes don't get. They're not going to be necessarily out here because they're too busy doing it to be just out here talking about what they're going to be doing.
But sister, the brother said it right. The brother said we need to have. He said the word militant. The word that militant. We need to have security. Even with the Washington Nation, our biggest downfall, we did not have security. So whatever we built up, when they want to, they can come and outpower us with fire.
And just take it.
So you got to have a military. So watch this. So now, in the spirit of Marcus Garvey, we need to unite not just with the brothers and sisters of the United States, because there's so few of us who are really willing. The whole continent over there is blowing up. I mean, the Sahel, the Alliance of the Sahel Nations, break free from colonialism. So we need to actually form our own state, a state in the diaspora of the world, the global African nation, because Africa will become one giant nation, and we have the Caribbean has its own state.
Yeah, I think we zone 6. African Americans are like zone 6. So we're included in the African Union, but
we have a.
Yeah, we're represented in the African Union, but we have not organized ourselves into a body politic, one body politic. If once we become one body politic, we'll be able to assign treaties with other nations and other corporate bodies. Right now, we can't do that because we're like 40 to 60 million individuals. We're not one corporate body.
Well, that's what he's saying. With the Washington Nation actually has a seat at the United Nations, and that's what I'm saying. So, you weren't here earlier when he talked about the fact that they have a seat at the United. Let me tell you something. There's more than one. So the Washington have a seat at the United Nations. You know who else has a seat at the United Nations? Oyatunji, the Yoruba village out in South Carolina also had a seat at the United Nations. So there's things that are being done. There's people that are getting together and they're doing things to move things forward. It's just you don't hear about it, and that's why I brought the young brother here today to talk about what's being done, because
Mr. Mark,
yeah, go ahead.
brother Bay, listen,
Yes, sir.
let him know what Bill Clinton them did when the Empress them went to form their own currency and how they robbed the attaché and took the stuff
Oh,
and
they stole the bearer bond.
yeah, right. So they was creating their own currency and everything. Tell them about that. You are you muted? Because they need to
I,
hear.
I
You're
don't. I
mute.
don't think we need our own currency.
Well, no,
But
no, no.
hold on, Laura, be quiet because he gonna tell you what happened when they tried to do one. This was part. This was crazy. What? But you're on mute, Umar. I can't hear you.
Get him off of mute.
No, he's not on mute. He's just I can't hear him. His sound is down.
Like, you know,
I don't think he could hear us, and I don't think that
he's talking, but we need to let him know that we can't hear him. But this what really got my attention, how Bill Clinton them went in and did what they did. And see, the thing about that is,
we
I'm
can't
listening,
hear you.
but you can hear me, right?
No, let me do
Yeah,
this. He's talking, but we can't hear him.
right. See, this brother has a wealth of information. This is why I work with him, and I worked with him over the years, and we share, and we've done platforms together. He's spoken at some of my events, and we have a history together. I've been to the school, and I know he raised bees, and his wife make the best banana bread you want to put in your mouth. I swear. And so they got the whole industry going down there, you know. So try to get his attention.
No, I'm trying to call him right now. Yeah, he's going. He's talking, but we can't hear him. Oh man, we can't hear him.
Maybe you can send him a text telling we can't hear him or something. But that's why I reached out to him and to bring him on to debunk some of the things people saying. Because if you don't know what these civilizations existed and what was going on and where they are, you know, you'd be like another group that wants to debate. And I tell them we're not here to debate. We're only here to educate and elevate, you know. And that's what we try to do. But yeah, he's on the roll, man.
He's going. I don't know what to do.
You said what?
We can't hear him. He's breaking it down, but we can't hear him.
Uh, yeah, I think that we should focus on the maroon communities that were destroyed right before 1865, because that's evidence that the United States government played a part in the genocide and the destruction of our nation, and attacked free people in another territory, in a territory that wasn't even theirs. You know what I'm saying? So you know, I mean,
We can't hear you, honey. We can't hear you. Can you hear us? Can you hear? We can't hear you. Hey, we can't. No.
you can hear me, right?
Yeah, I can hear you, but he's
Okay.
steady talking, and we can't hear what he's saying.
He's on the road through thing. He's breaking it down.
He's breaking it down, and he talking, man.
Yeah.
Well, he's only been talking for 3 minutes, so.
He's going.
You can't get through because he's going to voicemail. Wow.
Yeah, so
I'm gonna just kick him and see if
food, clothes, shelter, economics, and defense. Those are the only things that we're supposed to be rallying around. The problem with the Nation of Islam and the Moorish Science Temple is that it's Islamic centered, right? And then even when you deal with something like the Black Panther, the same thing. It's like, what if the black person isn't radical, right? You see what I'm saying? Then you lose the person that ain't radical. You know what I mean?
we couldn't hear you
And
the whole time you were talking. You were talking. We couldn't hear you the whole time. We were like, hello, you can't hear. We can't hear you.
I can't hear you. So I'm actually off, but I couldn't hit the pad. I had the screen on, but now I've been logged off. This is StreamYard.
No, I logged you off because we couldn't hear you, and we were trying to get your attention. I was calling you back to back, and you wasn't answering. So I was like, okay, maybe if I log him off, maybe he'll.
Okay.
All right, so log back on because we couldn't hear you, honey. We couldn't hear. We want to hear this. We want to hear this. We just missed the whole thing.
Yeah, and I agree. Like that's why I'm working with black farmers here in Louisiana. We got a bunch of black farmers that's raising, so we're working on that, raising our own food. So that's one thing we're working with here in a place called a Waterproof here in Louisiana. And we got right now we got a little bit over 2,200 acres that we're working with.
And I wanted to say this because brother Ronald, he said, "Well, you know how you always have elders on here. We need to have more young people." But the reason why I bring a lot of the elders on here is because they have the experience. They did this before, right? So they know where we went wrong. They know where the problem was. They
Been
know
there,
how
done
we
that.
how we got in a
And
trick bag.
got in this mess. It says elder for counsel and youth for war. So it's our job to help y'all avoid making mistakes that we made. We was young one time and we was very egotistical and we was on fire. And all of a sudden, things went down. So we got to bring our life experience on and let y'all take it, pass the baton to you, take it to the next level. And that's why we're on here now. And I appreciate bringing on elders who was back in the struggle, like myself and others, so y'all can hear our story. Then you can compare the stories and see where we failed at, so you don't make the same mistakes.
Thank you. That's the reason why I bring the elders because so food, clothes, shelter, and defense. We had that with the Black Panther, didn't we?
Yep.
The Black Panther
That's
was
the
food,
reason why
clothing.
that's the reason why they were so successful.
Right, but the thing is but it's also the reason why they also got destroyed because if you don't understand how you could get infiltrated from the inside, how the government itself will
You
Right.
know,
try to say
I
something real quick, brother Umar.
Yes, dear, we got infiltrated also. I understand the concept.
Yeah,
yeah,
all the black nationals organizations got infiltrated.
and
Not
that's
one
our
of them
problem.
is exempt.
See, that's
Not
our
Right.
one is
problem.
exempt.
Now,
Not even the new ones. The new ones that just been created in the past 10 years are all infiltrated.
well, the thing about it, what's going to happen now, that this group, the Hebrew Israelite for Christ, they're going to be registered down as a terrorist group, and
They're already a terrorist group.
they're going to go after them just soon as they get through with this other deportation thing.
They they're already
Divide.
labeled as black identity extremists.
Yeah, I know, because when I have a friend that me informed me what's going on in up there in Langley, Virginia, and they keep keeping for everything they're doing, and they're labeling a lot of groups because if this man get his way, he's going to try to create a thing called martial law. Then that gives him the right to go after these groups, and then he'll stay in office. The whole objective is that he tries to stay in. He might now. I know this may sound crazy, but it's already been predicted that because of his health condition, but the next food take is going to be Vance. So if he can get martial law in, that's going to be a problem. That's what he's working on. Uh, that's for another show. But I want Brother Bay to get back to these pyramids because that was a
No,
group
I
of.
want him to. I want him to finish. I want him to say what he was just saying for 3 minutes because
Okay, well then
he was
I'm
talking.
gonna step
I
back.
could tell by
Look,
how he was going. He was
I'm,
he was breaking it down. I was like, dang,
yeah,
I can't hear what he's saying.
I'm gonna step back and let my brother have it go. He was on
And
the road.
Laura, once again, I think you're moving or something like that. But every time you move, it sounds like shh, and it's really loud. We got to figure out. So only when you're talking, then unmute. But if you're not talking, mute because I don't know whether your phone. I don't know what it is. Like, do you have a headpiece in or something like that? Because see, it's the wind. It's like this shaking noise. It
Well,
might
right
be
now you saying you hear a shaking noise?
no. When you were talking earlier, it was like this, like high pitch. Maybe you have like a earpiece in, and maybe the sound of it rubbing up against the phone, something like that. Is
Mm.
yeah. So it was making a weird noise. So that's why I'm not muting you to be rude. I'm just muting you
Do
because
you hear it now?
no, I don't hear it now. You said it's good now. Every once in a while, I'll hear some wind, but before it was like the see that sound just right there. It just did it just now.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Whatever that sound is, it's like a high pitched ching. So yeah. All right. So let's go. I wanted to hear what you were just saying because it was a lot.
You have to refresh where I was. I mean, I'm not sure where I stopped.
We were talking about people Dang, I forget too. We were talking about like
The infiltration of
Yeah, the infiltration and how they was able to get to
okay.
stop the
So
anti-sheriff.
okay, simply put, the Washington Nation was infiltrated as well as the Kingdom of Hawaii. Any indigenous people who went to Geneva, Switzerland, and participated in the all elaboration of indigenous people's rights were attacked. So I know for sure the Kingdom of Hawaii Nation, the king and his wife were attacked, arrested because they got affiliated with the white supremacist, white patriot movement people. The Empress got in trouble because she got affiliated with the Republic of Texas movement. When those people in Texas and the David Koresh and Waco bombed the building down. So we got infiltrated by those organizations and we went down with them. You even here now, people with stories about the Washington Nation was a sovereignty movement. Well, the Washington Nations would introduce these white patriot people into the concept of sovereignty. Before they never talked about that. So the Empress was profound, and she brought together some of the most extreme black nationalist organizations. I mean, to Farrakhan and the Nuwabians and you name it, the Hebrew Israelites, the Yahweh ben Yahweh people, and she had the Ku Klux Klan, the Southern Baptist leadership people. She had Republic of Texas. She had the militias from Missouri, militias from Michigan, militias from Colorado. She had people all over the country, Europeans who saw that the Washington Nation established our sovereign right to existence, and they all tried to counterfeit our material.
I remember that. I remember
Yeah.
seeing white people saying they were part of the Washington, and they
Absolutely.
had the whole thing. So those were infiltrators. They weren't a part of it. They were
Exactly. They infiltrated.
Right.
They tried to me. We actually, the Empress had gentlemen bring her to her house one night, like 2 or 3, late night at night. I don't know what time it was in the morning. When he knocked on the door, the police officer gave her a piece of paper, and it was the state police report saying how they suspect some Caucasians moved into Richwood, which was the Empress. The city Empress found it. I got a copy of it. I'm gonna put it in my next book. The copy of the state police report showing how the state police had encountered some white nationalists who moved into Richwood, claimed to be Washington, have an Empress, and they tried to impersonate the imperial Washington Nation. The only problem was when they had started arresting people, and the judges in Louisiana already knew the Empress of the Washita. The only thing to say the Empress of Washita, the Empress had been there since the 1970s. She founded her city in 1974. She was the mayor.
That's right.
She ran her term. She got out of office. She went to Washington, D.C. She was with Ronald Reagan. She was with Carter. She came back to Louisiana again and became mayor again for 4 more years. So there are articles of the Empress being in D.C. with Edwin Musk and Meese and other people writing the legislation that's now welfare. If you go look at, oh my God, go look at the 1970s when Nixon was in office. Who wrote that stuff up? How did the Empress suddenly become a mayor of a city in Louisiana? What was she doing before that? She was in D.C. Writing legislation. Watch this. You go and investigate Richard Nixon and Native American laws. Go and see what laws were passed under Nixon administration dealing with indigenous people and their rights. Okay, and you'll find a gentleman in Arizona who was part of exposing to me the artifacts they found in the Grand Canyon and all over Arizona, not just Grand Canyon, all over Arizona, they found artifacts of ancient people of color. So he and the Empress were together, and they worked with just writing legislation. Empress wrote so much legislation that when you go look at some of the welfare benefit programs, the Empress helped write this stuff back in the early 70s, man. Go in Louisiana anyway, under McKittrick, because the governor McKittrick, once again, came from the Washita. Understand, the Washita Nation was composed of indigenous people and people with French heritage ties. The Washita, the land rights the Empress got came from a Frenchman from the Spanish king, his uncle or relative. You talk about the Marquis de Maison Rouge had land grants from Spain. If you read those land grants, it clearly says in the land grants, Americans are not allowed to be incorporated to this area of the land. Let me find it. Let me show you. Watch this.
Didn't something like that also happen with the Oyotunji village where they actually tried to infiltrate them as well?
They did, but
Because I heard that there was the government, all the police and stuff like were already coming, FBI, all type of stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the thing is that we start these things even in Oklahoma. You talk about like the the Black Wall Street. You put this whole thing together, people are thriving, and then they come in with full-fledged military and just destroy the whole town. You know, Rosewood was another one.
Well,
As brother
okay.
said, he said we need to be militant. We need to have a security force. The nations had the Air Force. Why we need more of that? And beyond that, we need to have an alliance with other nations who will back us up. We need to be part of the global community of African people of African heritage. Okay.
Right, and see the United Nations. That's what they were doing with Oyotunji, because if I show.
There it is.
Let me see.
Okay.
The Washington Nation is based on the Empress and her research of her family. So the Empress of the Washita in the 1790s had a son with the Marquis de Maison Rouge. The son name was Henry Turner, and Henry Turner inherited Marquis de Maison Rouge's land grants. So the Empress and her family in June 19th, not Juneteenth, June 19th, 1848. The Turner family, the Washita family, won a lawsuit that affirmed that the land grant from Marquis de Maison Rouge, who had a son by the Empress of the Washita, Henry Turner, that land grant was valid. Let me find this thing here where it tells you can't have Americans on it. I hope it's in this somewhere. Come on, please, find it real quick. It's in the land grant. It tells Marquis de Maison you cannot admit or allow Americans. Here we go. Right here. Let me see. Here we go. So it talks about Marquis de Maison Rouge. Let me get to this page. I don't want to waste your time here. Ooh, lynch.
Are you okay?
Let me see here.
Oh, and just so you know, this is a picture of the king of Oyotunji, and these are the different African names. This is, I think, the guy from Ghana. I think this is Senegal. This is Nigeria, and then this is the chief of Oyotunji. And
That's
the
Babatunde
lady.
Olatunji. That's Babatunde Olatunji.
Yes.
No, this is Kabiesi. He's in the middle. He got killed last year. He's in the middle.
But they're at the United Nations right here. This is them at the United Nations, and these are all the African nations that they're getting behind them. So they're doing it, but then he got killed, and that's very ironic that he ended up getting killed. That was crazy.
Right now we have Brother Ibrahim Traore over in Burkina Faso, who's leading the charge by showing an example of how you should treat your people. So I'm rooting for that brother. I hope I can go over there and teach and help them one day. But that's the kind of thing we'll be doing. We are actually working together to build community to help everybody out. Come on, I can't. Maybe that's not in here.
Just take your time, bro. Take your time.
It's part of the lawsuit. Part of the land grant.
Because I think you can pull up what Henry Turner versus the United States or something. When they sued him.
Yes, exactly. It's in that book pulled up.
Yeah, you can go on and pull it up.
Yeah. So you know, Louisiana Purchase, the land that was in say Baton Rouge, it was not part of Louisiana Purchase. The land that was in Monroe, Louisiana, that was not part of Louisiana Purchase. If you go and get the document called the Convention between the French Republic and the United States, it clearly states that it only includes certain sections of land, because the whole purpose of the Louisiana Purchase was for the United States was to secure port rights in New Orleans, because you have Americans up in St. Louis and upriver of New Orleans and Louisiana trying to get out the Mississippi River to the Gulf of Mexico, and they'll bring their ships down into Louisiana under Spanish rule and get straight up hijacked. So they're trying to buy rights to have the port in Louisiana or the port of New Orleans. So Napoleon needed to get out of here. Napoleon was getting beat up in Haiti. He needed some cash. And if you understand, go read the history of the Louisiana Purchase. That $15 million was not given to Napoleon by the United States. Watch this now. You ever heard of Barclay Bank?
No.
Barclay Bank, they own the Barclay Center in Brooklyn.
Right.
They financed the $15 million and gave Napoleon, because the United States didn't have the money to give them. And Jefferson told these people that we have no authority in the Constitution to spend money buying land. So the Barclay Bank folded that loan to him, and Napoleon took that money and went and just wrecked Europe. Okay, didn't he? And if you go, so that's in it. Go read the Emperor's book. Emperor has a section of her books talking about Louisiana Purchase, and it's letters of Jefferson writing to Congress and writing to other Secretary of State people. So that book, To Return of the Ancient One, is full of great documentation.
Yeah.
Validate stuff such as this. And this book here is called let me see what the book here is called. Can you see this? This is called the Marquis de Maison Rouge, the Baron, the Bastrop, and Colonel Abraham Morehouse, the 3 Washita Valley soldiers of fortune. The Maison Rouge and Bastrop Spanish land grants. Those 2 land grants are tracts of land that were not part of Louisiana Purchase. And with those land grants, you can look them up. They're both land grants. You can find them in the congressional record because the Congress had to approve all that stuff. But in those land grants, they're telling you are not to allow or to admit any Americans to the lands of these grants, because that land was supposed to be for the French nobility. And during the French Revolution, they were cutting off the heads of the French nobility. They needed somewhere to run and hide to. So the French nobility, one thing they got was this Maison Rouge and Bastrop land grant. Baron de Bastrop, the same gentleman, Spanish knight who went over to Texas and helped the Texas Revolution also. The state of Texas form itself. Okay. So there's a place called Bastrop, Texas. There's a place called Bastrop, Louisiana, named for Baron de Bastrop. And Bastrop, Louisiana is actually located on the Baron de Bastrop land grant just north of Marquis de Maison Rouge. Now, with that being said, if you read through the Empress's book, there's a part where Baron de Bastrop was writing a letter to the governor of Spanish Louisiana. His name was Carondelet, Colonel Carondelet. Okay, he's telling Carondelet, you gave me this land up here in Washita, and it's overrun with these ancient people, and I don't want to disturb them, so give me some more land. He's talking about a place called Bayou de Seared, and this is also published in the book. But so Baron de Bastrop is telling the governor of Spain, or the Spanish governor of Louisiana, you gave me this land with these ancient people, not Indians, ancient people. If you go look at a map that I found in the Library of Congress, you show you where they have a place called Fort Miro. Fort Miro is the Spanish origin of the city of Monroe. Many people think Monroe comes from the name of President Monroe in the 1820s, but the city Monroe gets its name from Fort Miro, M-I-R-O. Fort Miro was for a Spanish general name. I think his name was Stephen Miro. He was the first one in the Washita area, in the Monroe area. And on the same map you see Fort Miro, you see a place called Washita along the Bayou de Seared, and that's the location where Baron de Bastrop is saying this place is overrun with these ancient people. These, look like you call them buffalo people, big dreadlocks. You got buffalo people in Monroe area, and I need some more land. I don't want to disturb them. I ain't messing with them, because that location on that map is now today the location of the University of Louisiana at Monroe. The same location on Bayou de Seared is now, because 1,000 years ago it was cleared off for a palace. You had an ancient city there called Washita, spelled with 2 T's. And that map is available in the Library of Congress right now. I almost took it, but I left it there. I took pictures of it and left it there so it could be there. Okay, I didn't steal the map. Okay, but go to the Library of Congress. The map, I was so tense. Oh my God, this is amazing. But I had to leave it there, so it's evidence. I took my copies of it. I have a library. I have a reader's card for the Library of Congress to go out into the map rooms. I got those pictures of those maps. I have a picture of it in my book. So there's evidence if you go do the research. I'm a researcher. That's what I do. So I dug it up. So I have a site called Ask Brother Umar. I have a lot of answers, a lot of questions. So
is this the Empress's book that you're talking about, where all this information is at?
Yeah, this is my book. This is We of the Washington. You showed the Empress book earlier when you had Return of the Ancient with that gray covered book. That is the Empress book full of all kind of documentation. This is We of the Washington. That book you showed contains the map showing Fort Miro and the city of Washita, the ancient palace where the Empress lived in. If you look inside the Empress book, there's a newspaper article where they found the casket of the Empress from back in at the time of the French Revolution. The Empress who married Marquis de Maison Rouge had a site right there near Bayou de Seared, near Washita, and they found this casket, and they said the casket was made out of like Egyptian metal. Egyptian. It's in the Empress book. I don't find a picture of that too, but it's about an Egyptian casket found in Monroe near Bayou de Seared. It was in the exact location of the Washita village. Okay, Cypress Point.
And there's a street called the Zero Street right there in Monroe, over by ULM.
It's the Seared. It's the Seared Bayou. The bayou runs
right next to it, don't it? Yeah.
It runs right to the Washita River. Now,
Yeah,
if you go look at
right
ancient
there,
maps,
yeah.
brother, if you go ancient maps of the Monroe area, you're gonna find it right where Bayou de Seared it goes into the Washita River. You know, because it
Yeah.
joins the Washita River. Right there on the north shore, they found two ancient mounds, giant pyramids, right there. Bayou de Seared was going into the river as a marker.
Yeah. Because we
So
was over the other day. So, and that's the beauty of you. That's the beauty of being in where I live in Tallulah, near the mounds. I go these places. I'm over there. I've been to Richwood and all this, that. And if I say that, you know, I'm red in heart. And we got mounds right here in Tallulah. You know,
yes, you sure do.
we have mounds right here in Tallulah. And you know, you came and spoke for us at the Milliken Bend memorial. I mean, commemoration. And
Yes,
that's
sir.
why I told you I want you to come on because anybody know about these mounds, you do.
But I have pictures of your pyramids. They're pyramids in
Yeah,
Tallulah, Madison Parish, on my website. If you go to the
right,
pyramids, and you go see those. They're actually drawn by the what they call the civil engineers, the military
right,
army
yeah,
staff. Yeah,
yeah,
they're aerial pictures of the pyramids, huge, beautiful pyramids up there near
yeah,
Tallulah. They call it Madison Parish,
right, yeah.
Mound
Oh,
City.
on Mississippi and all that. It's
Yeah,
all over there, yeah.
yeah,
Uh,
Mound over there. Yeah.
and one thing don't realize that it was
So
right
so
here in
yeah,
Mass.
so
There you go.
scroll up there. See this is a mound city up in North Louisiana. We call it Owl Mecca. The Europeans call it Poverty Point. But see that bird-shaped mound, 700 foot tall, pointing straight to the east, going from the east, from the west, flying from the east, flying to the west. Okay.
Okay.
Why did they call it Poverty Point? What was the reason behind
There
that
was a
name?
plantation called Poverty Point near here.
Yeah.
But in history, Poverty Point was the name of the. This is supposed to be the oldest city in America. When they first found Al Mecca, they called Poverty Point was the oldest city in America. They found sites older than that since then. But also, the very first location that the French came into Louisiana, Iberville, down near New Orleans, was a place called Poverty Point. There's a place called Poverty Point south of New Orleans. So the original Poverty Point was the name of the very first French settlement in the state of Louisiana as we know it today. And that place, like 36 miles south of New Orleans, they flooded, and eventually those French people moved into the city of New Orleans. The Washoe people down there south of New Orleans helped the French settlers move from Poverty Point near a place called Phoenix, Louisiana, up to where to present day New Orleans is.
So if you look at this picture, would you say that this is a human being and that's how big this thing is?
Well, I stood on top of here. I stood on top of this mound. This used to be covered with trees. So go up a little bit more. See the picture up below there? It used to be covered with trees like that, and they took all the trees off to expedite erosion. Go down a little bit further, you can see another picture with it covered from someone on top of it. This is the G. She is on top of that. So see that picture. Go back to the picture that says, "Oh, stop right there." See the picture. Here's Sister Gia on that mound. This before they cut the trees off. The picture you stopped on initially showed it being they shaved all the trees off to cause the speed of the erosion of the mound. For thousands of years, the mound was covered with trees. Then when the emperor started talking about this is 1995, we were at the mound. After the emperor started talking about this site, they mowed all the trees down, speed of erosion. Now, if you go down further, the picture of the Madison Parish mounds near, right here, see this? That's Madison Parish. That's Tallulah.
Yeah.
That's an aerial view of some pyramids in Louisiana. See the side view?
Yeah.
Is that amazing?
It says Madison Parish, Louisiana, ancient mound.
Is that amazing, brother? That's some high science.
Yeah.
That's no joke there. That's an aerial view of some pyramids. You can go on top and put a ramp on there, put a house on top of there. They're huge.
Mm.
And this is where I live at. Matter of fact, Madam C.J. Walker, a home is right down the street here in Delta.
Yep.
So do they have a function? Like, do they know what the function of those pyramids were?
That's what we're working on now.
We're working on now. Since the first day this knowledge they exist for the longest time, even though this image exists, there are several military drawn images of mound sites all over the country, up in Ohio, Kentucky, but they hide them all. They're not going to publish it for the public. What is called the civil engineers? Called the engine.
I heard that there were some mounds they actually have.
Coal engineers. The Corps of
I heard they have
Engineers.
like
Yeah.
gates
The
around
Corps
it.
of
You can't
Engineers.
even
There
get
you
into it.
Corps
They
of
have
Engineers.
gates around the mound where you can't actually access the mound, but it's like
And
do
some of them
not
are posted,
cross.
do
Yes,
not
ma'am.
trespass.
You know what you're saying right now for the past forever until maybe the last 2 or 3 years. You could go to Louisiana State University, LSU campus, and climb on top of the mounds and slide down the mounds and play on the mounds. But recently they put fences around there and blocked the public from touching them. But I remember back in 2016 when these people came in and harassed us, I took a gentleman there, and you could actually climb on the mound 10 years ago. But now they have most of the mounds, thankfully, have been protected. And you can't just climb on there and wear them out because students on LSU campus were literally sliding down and playing on them, not understanding that the mounds on LSU campus are 5,000 years old. So here's an artist rendition of those pyramids near Tallulah. Look at that.
Yeah.
That is amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Matter of fact, I was there in 2017. I was there in 2017. That's where they put the fence up. They were sitting on top of the mound studying. I told them get off those mounds. They didn't realize they were sacred mounds, and we got into a discussion. And matter of fact, it's a plaque there at LSU said that this mound is older than the pyramids of Egypt. It's a plaque. It's a plaque. And I got you. So I said, don't tell me. I know because LSU is built on one of the mounds.
The whole LSU campus was once covered with mounds. Matter of fact, that whole ridge from LSU further south all the way up into what they call Natchez was covered with pyramids. I mean, it's covered. I mean, the whole city of Baton Rouge. I'm telling you not only with a covered pyramid, but you have some of the oldest ones of recorded record. The ones here in Louisiana are some of the oldest pyramids in the world. But our pyramids are made of earth, not made of stone.
A matter of fact, the writer says, he quoted in, I think it's in one part of the Bible, said that the Most High says, build me earthen mounds that not made of man's tools, but by hands. And they took that part out of the Bible.
Oh, it's in there, brother. You go find the book of Exodus where they had the 10 Commandments.
Yeah.
Exodus, whatever, Exodus 20, 1 through 10. Go down to instead of Exodus 1 through 10, go to Exodus, go to 20. In the same page, you find the 10 Commandments, which actually was stolen from the Ma'at, the 10th of Ma'at. You will find where God, instead of saying thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not commit adultery, whatever, it's where he says, thou shalt build altars of earth for worship and burnt sacrifice.
Exactly.
So that's in the Bible. It's amazing. People can't believe it, but it's in there.
Well, you know, they found another Bible, 1884, in the introduction. It talks about the mound builders in that Bible. 1884. There's a Bible read in the introduction. It talks about the mounds and about the mound builders, and it mentioned about the same thing we're talking about in the 1884 Bible.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
If you understand the word mound is an indigenous word, if you go look at
make altars of earth for me and sacrifice on it your burnt offerings and fellowship offerings, your sheep, your goat, and your cow. Where I cause my name to be honored, I will come and bless you. So that's why a lot of them was there, Sister Monica.
Make an altar of earth. See that? Stop right there. Make an altar of earth and sacrifice on. What are the mounds? Altars of earth, brother.
Altars of earth. That's what it was. Yeah. I appreciate that, bro. Appreciate that.
Yeah. So anybody who reads the Torah consider those to be a Hebrew, and they use the Pentateuch or the 5 books of Moses, whatever name they use for the book. This is in there. This is on the same chapter with the 10 Commandments.
Right.
Exodus. It does not say thou shalt not. It says thou shalt make an altar of earth in the English version.
It says, and you will not defile it with your tools on it, and do not go upon it, my altar on steps. Your what is that? Private parts may be exposed. So, you know.
But what did? They put steps on the top of them. They put it on. Didn't they?
They defy all of that. They defy all of that.
So at Al Mecca, they built steps out of like wooden rails, like railroad. And the Empress would tell us, do not walk on the steps, walk up in the grass. When we would climb the mound with the Empress, she would tell us, don't walk. See here, this is the Moundville in Tuscaloosa. The Europeans came to put those steps on there. We had ramps.
Right.
You go look at the mounds in Etowah in north of Atlanta. They had ramps going up and down the side. That's in California. That's near Hollywood. Listen here. Look at this. Look at this map. 10,000 years old. It says this is in Mississippi. It says the village site was occupied as early as 8,000 BC. That is posted on the side of the road for people to come and see. 8,000 BC, really? Occupied 10,000 years ago? You can't touch
Hey, Monica, Monica,
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to start something. And when was Egypt founded? 2500 BC?
Yeah, and Adam and Eve was 4004 BC.
4004 BC. So, you know, they was arguing on the other channel that night. And homeboy said, man, you see what I'm talking about?
Right. We got mounds of the 800 AD.
Yeah, you know,
that's
8,000 BC. That's before the common era.
That says 8,000 BC.
BC, before the common era. And you count down.
Zoom in. That says 8,000 BC. I've been there. I took that picture myself.
Because that means it's 4,000 years older than the Adam and Eve story.
Exactly. Twice the age of Adam and Eve.
Yeah, it says 8,000 BC, guys.
Yeah. So
they say by hunters they're gonna always make them hunter gatherers.
Scroll up higher, you can see who made the sign.
Who stayed only long enough to prepare their kill from the time of Christ to 1000 AD.
We can't see our pictures are blocking the bottom of the sign. We can't see the bottom of it. So scroll up a little bit.
Yeah, okay.
So just scroll up and see. We can see the bottom of this. Yeah, there you go.
Let me see. Hold on, real quick.
So that's just evidence. Yeah. So just once again, I try to come with I call it empirical evidence, something you can see for yourself, not something you read on the internet or TikTok told you. You want to get out there on yourself and do the primary research. Okay, but it says the United States Department of the Interior, 8,000 BC. How do we know this? How do they know that? They did the radiocarbon dating of the site. Not only this site, there are several sites in Mississippi. This is in Tupelo, Mississippi, along something called the Natchez Trace. Mm-hmm. You go to the beginning of Natchez Trace, it's something called the Emerald Mound. That might be off the Emerald Mound. They call it the Mother Mound. Huge. Well, this pyramid here is small. That pyramid had the size of 4 or 5 football fields with additional pyramids on top of it. So the evidence of pyramid building cultures in America is not hidden. It's just not discussed. But if you go to any state, go to Florida. Florida is full of ancient mound sites. Some of the mounds are made out of shells, like they call them mittens. The base of them are just a bunch of seashells stacked up. You know, if you go up into Michigan, there are mound sites. All of the city of Detroit was known as Mound City. You go into a place like Iowa, you'll find one park where you find over 200 earthworks, some of them in the shapes of elephants and prehistoric animals. So the evidence of mound building is all over the place. You got to look for it. Out in California, I'm from LA. Encino's out in the valley, by just east west of Hollywood. You have the Encino Mound, okay. Angel Mound, I can look at the map here. All over the United States, including all over the East Coast to the West Coast. Up in Washington State, you have mounds up there. Oregon, Arizona, you find all kinds of different mound sites there. Texas, you have a lot of mounds in Texas. One called the Cato Mound, like 4,000 BC. You look up Cato Mounds in Texas. Once again, 4,000 to 5,000 BC, 6,000-year-old sites in here. And at the bottom of this, you see that list at the bottom of this map. Those are the pyramid sites in Mississippi. That one state, like there's so many I couldn't put them on here.
Yeah.
Over on the side, you see the ones in Florida. There's so many I couldn't put them on there.
And do you think they might have lived in these mounds, or do you think they might have just been
they had civilization that lived around those mounds?
Yes, those in the same mound sites you have in the United States, they're down in Mexico and Peru. You go look at Peru at a place called Corral or Norte Chico, the same circular pavilions. They have the mounds surrounded with a plaza and people's homes. Cahokia is the same thing. Same thing in Cahokia up in Illinois, Missouri, near St. Louis. You have down in Mexico. You have down in Central America. The people we call the Olmec or the Chi people. Like we call people, we were taught to call them the Olmecs. Okay, the Olmec with the big African helmets down in Mexico. The original name of that people are the Chi people. Xi.
Chi, yeah. That's when I first ran into them.
And so Chi is the original name of all indigenous people. If you go to the United States and look at an Indian tribe, the Wachita, the Apache, the Chickasaw, the Choctaw, that Cha syllable is a root word. Cha and Mu are root words for, and it literally means the home or the place or your home or your place. Cha, Chi. So the Chickasaw, the Cherokee, Apache, name some more tribes with Chi in it. So Chi is a root word. Look at the word Mexico. In the middle of the word Mexico, you have XI.
So Cherokee?
Chi. Chi is a syllable that means indigenous people. The technical, what you call the original people were known as the Chi. Chi is a root syllable for most tribes. You go look at Chi, Cha, Cho, that Cha. Because really, because before you had language, you had something called tone and music and Ch and Wa and Ma and Mu. All those tones had some significance and meaning. So I
wanted to talk about like this whole thing.
Like
when
Chicago. Yes, ma'am.
It goes, the Washita Nation comes under investigation. This is in 1999.
Yeah.
Yes, this is the Southern Poverty Law Center.
And it says that Her Highness explains, I was kicked out of my town, then the placenta rolled up my head like a crown.
Well, this article is written out of context. It was written. I remember reading this when it first came out. By that time, I left the Washington Nation. But this is an information that's been infiltrated by look what it says here. Around the country, people have been jailed for using Washington license plates and driver license. People started counterfeiting our stuff. I left in '97 when they took over. Although charges were ultimately dropped, the Empress, then going by her married name, was indicted in '84 for the embezzlement, alleged embezzlement of $150,000. She was indicted, but she didn't embezzle any money. It's fake. Listen, they say she was indicted for embezzling money that never showed up. She didn't have money. So it's all propaganda and lies to discredit the system. Go do some more research. There's an article written by a reporter from the Times-Picayune. They clarified all this stuff in here. See this? The Republic of Texas. See the Republic of Texas? Those white separatist groups came into Washington. So it wasn't a Washington. These groups came in, and we went down with them. That's why I left. I was gone. I couldn't get involved. I told them I can't do it. They can't be in charge of me.
Matter of fact, if I may interject here, a lot of my friends in Texas went to jail because they got that group. The guy in Dallas, a lot of them went to jail, and I was around at the time because one of the guys, Backus Cleaners, he went to jail because they got money.
He went to jail. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay, so I'm there. Matter of fact, I was a part of the whole thing.
Wow.
Remember, so you had these white supremacists coming and trying to become part of the Washington Nation, have the Washington Nation give them legitimacy. They recognized the significance of Empress going to the United Nations and achieving recognition as an indigenous sovereign people. So these Europeans came in and tried to join in. This is here right here. We had our own passports, driver's license, insurance company, our own food. We were independent. White folks want to join us. So here are the Europeans who call themselves the Patriot Movement, trying to get out of the United States government. We don't like Bill Clinton. You know, after 12 years of Ronald Reagan and Bush, now Clinton shows up. Clinton loves black people. He playing the saxophone with Arsenio Hall. So the staunch white supremacists wasn't going for that. They started the anti movement. Look at this. Using something called the Sanctuary Christian Resource Center. What is that? What they do with me?
Right. What is that?
See, look what it says. Read that. It says, using something called the Sanctuary Christian Resource Center as an agent, Washington Nation had sold a corporate coin of dubious common law product. Come on now. Who's selling common law products? Is that the Washington Nation? That's some people using us as a sheepskin to cover their evil stuff. Look at it. Registered, they have turned up in Arizona, California, Colorado, Kansas, Louisiana. I ain't seen it for Nebraska, New Mexico. That is not the Washington Nation. That's some white folks using us as a cover. Okay? Yeah, we had our own birth certificates. We had our own ID cards. They came in and started counterfeiting stuff. The attorneys generals from the state of Colorado and Utah came to Nevada. Colorado and Nevada came to Louisiana, to the Empress, met with the sheriff, you can verify it, and asked to talk to the Empress about the counterfeiting of Washita documentation. We cannot control it. We cannot control white people going over in Missouri, going to Missouri, make their own Washita plates, their own Washita identification, and then use the vehicles to do drug running and gun running. So the police are pulling over people with Washita tags that clearly weren't connected to us. They had counterfeit versions of our stuff. So here you have this organization, the Southern Poverty Leadership, Southern Poverty Center they got down there? Law Center.
Right.
Total propaganda. Go investigate the author of these stories.
Oh, the name of the group.
Show me this story. Go and see the author of the story. There's another story that came out in 2016 when the Russians and the white supremacists became united. Because when Trump became when the political thing switched in 2012, when Obama won his second election, all white power lost their mind.
Yeah.
Okay. How we have a Negro so you understand the white power faction in the United States united with the globally with Hungary, with all the white power moves around the world. That's what's going on right now. The right wing movement around the world. That began in 2016. At that point, the white supremacists tried to take over the Washita Nation, tried to dump us and to get rid of us. And they left us. In 2016, all the white nationalists who claimed to be Washita moved over to MAGA. In 2016, all these claiming to be part of the war. Look at this. Originally, these ideas were propounded by the Posse Comitatus, a violent, racist, anti-Semitic, anti-tech. That's not the Washita Nation. These people came in and hijacked the Washita Nation. Can you see that?
Wow.
Another aspect of common law used by some Washita citizens.
So you start this. So you guys start this group as a thing because you find out the information, his story about like this a Native American.
Who got freedom.
Get the freedom, get the sovereignty, and then all of a sudden you have what? How did the white people actually join the group? Like, was it because everybody was accepting everyone? Like, how did they get involved?
That's a very good question, Don. Because as I say, I can trace my blood family back to Washita, back to the indigenous people. My even today, half my family have their Cherokee Nation card because my family was in Indian Territory, what they call Oklahoma, before the Trail of Tears. We've always been there. But these Europeans came to the Empress. I said, the Empress she grew up a Baptist sister in the South, Baptist church in the South. So when these white Christians came to her, these same Christian nationalists, patriot movement, MAGA people came to the Empress back in the 1990s. She said, okay, Brother Umar, this white man said he has 1/32 Native American blood. We are the Washita. We are the oldest people. Every tribe in the land comes out of Washita. If you go look at the United States on a map and see where the Washita is, all of the tribes came out of the Washita. If you go look at the Trail of Tears, when Jackson moved all the tribes out of Georgia, out of South Carolina, North Carolina, Florida, where did he move them to? He moved them to the Washita. Go look at the map. I can't make this up. Where the Trail of Tears in the Washita. They took them right out of Florida, out of Louisiana, out of Alabama, marched them right into the Washita Forest, through the Washita Mountains, into what they call Indian Territory. Look it up. They brought all the natives when they took the natives from up in North Dakota, the Sioux, the Fox, the Sacs, brought them all down to the Washita, to call it no man's land, the woman's land, the empress land, the matriarchal land. Okay. So understand, when you talk about the Washita, we are the root. So these Europeans found out the Washita got our recognition. We had our own passports, our own driver's permits. And once again, other Native American nations had their own passports too, their own driver permits also. If you go out to reservations, they have their own tribal governments. So the Washita set up our own tribal government. It was like we were not a sovereignty movement. We were just another tribal government, but we were not recognized by the Department of Interior. So you see the article there. There's another article that came out after during the Trump's election when they tried to connect the Washita to every negative entity in America. When the white supremacists left the Washita Nation, no longer being Washita citizens, and they gave up all their stuff and they joined the MAGA movement, they tried to sabotage it and tried to get me killed.
What?
They had their back come to my house to interview me. So a lot of stuff went down here, man, in the Washita, in here. So I was on the verge of getting swept up, but they had anyway. That's another story there.
So this is the anti-defamation league. So you also had the Jewish people against you guys.
That's who owns the Southern Poverty Law Center. They the same
Right.
people. See that brother right there? They try to say that so this go back what they did. This is when Trump became elected. Trump started his campaign. What's the date of this article? When the white supremacists left,
17.
when the white supremacists left the Washita and joined with the Russians. See that?
2016.
What happened then? That case here is when this guy here came in, working with what they call the FBI sting thing. There's some Negroes calling themselves Washita over in North Carolina, and he's barely got some ID from the Washita. Came to Baton Rouge and killed three police officers, and said he was connected to me. So they came to me, and the lady came in, the agent came in and asked me, well, we got evidence that you were working with this guy who killed the police, right? I said, prove it, right? And she found out that it was just propaganda. It wasn't me. It was a guy in South Carolina named Umar Bey, who he worked with. So they try to tie me and everybody. If you read the article, they try to tie me, the Nation of Islam, name all the negative stuff you can name, any boogeyman, dog with you can call. They try to tie us to and try to defame the Washita, because now these Europeans are now leaving the Washita and going to the Eastern European, Russian, Soviet, whatever you want to call it, the pro-Putin white people, okay, left the Washita Nation and went with Trump. So this was when the white sovereignty, since 2009, the sovereign citizens movement had experienced a major resurgence, including among African Americans, both Moorish and non-Moorish citizens. See that? That's when the emperors was able to pull together the Moorish Science Temple, the Nation of Islam, and the far right wing people. So with oh my God, under the empress's I guess her watch, she united the black and the white, the extremists. So now we have these Moorish people trying to be like white sovereign people. Okay, they lost their freaking minds.
And they were going into the courthouse. I remember this whole thing. Yeah, if you go to the courthouse and you gotta say this, and then they made almost a joke out of, and then of the whole thing. Like, yeah, if you say this and you say that, then they came blah 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 blah. And so yeah, but it says here most sovereign citizens are still white.
Or what? Or what? Both sovereign.
Most sovereign citizens. Let me zoom in.
Yeah, that's a movement. So see that. So that whole movement was the Moors. I almost say nothing bad, but a bunch of Moors come in and say, okay, here's the way we can get over. We're gonna get their paperwork. So you got Moors who have indigenous. Well, actually, all the Moors, but the Washita Moors, we are indigenous. We don't need sovereign citizenship. We are sovereign. We are a sovereign nation. But the sovereign. So here, the Moors sovereign citizen. They don't want to be. Oh, how about this? The Moors do not want to be under a woman. The empress is a woman. So I saw that some Moors, especially from the East Coast, New York, and over there, we're not going to be under no woman. We're going to form our own stuff. So we are a matriarchal society, and the Moorish Science Temple, I guess, is patriarchal in its ideology and value. So a lot of Moors I saw rejected the concept of a woman being in charge. I even saw one group change their name from Moorish Science. They called the Moorish Circles of Mothers and Sons. They came down, saw the empress, and next year they came out the Moorish Circle of Brothers and Fathers or something. They took the mother out of it. Like, how do you take the mother out your name? Come on, how do you take your mama out your name, gentlemen? But that was a movement. So you have here, I've never seen this before. It says key attributes of the Moorish sovereign citizen movement is that the Negroes trying to find a paperwork way to get over on the system. That's to me. They trying to, So the Moorish Science Temple is a very honorable organization before the Emperor of the Washita came around. After that, and the Moors got exposed to those white nationalists and their ideology. You have all these people, all this paperwork talking about, we sovereign, but we Moors, but we this. They just convoluted all that nonsense. This is a convolution of the white nationalists trying to be free from the federal government and the Negroes trying to be free from the federal government, and they're using the indigenous authority and validity of the Washita Nation as their cover, but they've still got their own agenda. They were doing that stuff before they found the Washita Nation. And the Moors been around for thousands years, but for a long time, almost 100 years now. And when I grew up, I knew about the Moorish Science Temple, right? And they were on the East Coast, they're in Los Angeles, and very honorable, wore ties, wore suits, wore their fez, were noble. And I say in the past few years, I just don't feel that the new version of the Moorish Science Temple upholds that high level of dignity and honor, diplomacy, and just respect that was part of the Moorish Science Temple when I grew up. The new guys who claim to be Moors are more leaning to the side of this sovereign citizen mindset and ideology. They don't go back to the ancient ideology of the Moors when I was growing up. Since the 90s, the Empress had the Moors unite with the sovereign citizen group. You just saw it. I'm so thank you for showing me that. I see, I guess, in retrospect, what happened. The Moors came down. I remember so many times they were like, all these pockets of people in a meeting. Empress had 2 meetings a year. Every year we had a meeting on January 8th, on the birthday of Noble Drew Ali, and in June, twice a year. And there'd be thousands of people going out to the Washington. And Empress have a conference. They come pay their fee, and they'll just have a time to go and coalesce and meet and talk and eat, break bread. Nobody greens, cornbread, yams for food. Empress always had soul food. And you had people of all likes. You had people from Hollywood, people from Korea, all over the world. After we returned from Geneva, Switzerland, United Nations recognition, people from all over the world came to us. Even in Geneva, when I was at the table waiting to give my speech, we had Brother Jamal Il, who was the Minister of Information for the Washington Nation. He spoke Chinese, Arabic. He spoke all these languages. And you had people from all over the world come and say, we recognize you, we honor you, we respect you, we want to help you guys out. So Jamal made contact with people. Well, I couldn't move from my seat. So we were in the United Nations. We were very serious. I stayed there for 2 years. I was actually studying to get one of my postdoctorate degrees over there in humanitarian law. So I worked in the library, translating in the UN library for all these different indigenous people who could not read, couldn't use a computer. I was teaching people from Japan, indigenous people from Japan, darker than me, how to use a computer. Indigenous people from Africa, from Kenya, okay, they got tribes in Africa who have been treated improperly too. So I met indigenous people from all over the world when I was in the United Nations. And even now, if you go look at the letter, I sent some information to the UN, and it is on permanent file in the United Nations library right now. Stuff I wrote about the Washington Nation. The stuff I wrote about the Washington Nation led to them declaring us to be the oldest indigenous people on earth, having found mounds dating back 10,000 years old. And we have evidence. Not only did you find some 10,000-year-old mounds, evidence of continuous occupation. But brother, if you go up to Monroe and drive up Interstate 165, Highway 165, you go to a place called Frenchman's Bend. Okay.
Yeah.
Frenchman's Bend is a very exclusive neighborhood with a golf course, right?
Mm-hmm.
As you approach it, there's going to be a sign that says Frenchman's Bend continues occupation for more than 6,000 years. Okay. Inside Frenchman's Bend, you're going to find evidence of these pyramids that date back 5,000 to 6,000 years old. So right there, I think it's still Ouachita Parish. It might be a Morehouse.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, still, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so the evidence there. The evidence of Ouachita Parish being the site of some of the oldest communities in America is without question. What does it say? See, look, let me read this. Like traditional sovereign citizens, Moorish sovereign citizens are heavily reliant upon sovereign gurus who come up with that promote the movement, ideas, and tactics. Some prominent Moorish sovereign gurus include Taj, Tariq, Abdul Ali, Queen, who? I don't know none of these people. And Washington National figures like Wendy. See this Washington Nation figures. Wendy Washington is the Empress granddaughter. Frederick Joe Washington is the Empress grandson, her son. Many they don't have my name, but I guess I'm on the top up there, right? So this piece right here was the flushing of the Washita from the I guess what do you call it, the toolbox of the white nationalists. This one the white sovereign citizens said, okay, we done the Washita, let's dump this on them, make them look bad, and they try to run away into the MAGA movement. Okay, that article right there, that July 2016 article was when the MAGAs. That's after Trump won the primary. Go see when Trump won the primary in the day of that article. Once Trump won the primary, the Russians bought into him. Putin was on the side, and all the so-called white nationalists who were down with the Watchdog flipped over to the MAGA. Empress son.
Yeah.
They tried to blame. Look, they brought the brother here to Baton Rouge and tried to blame me for being his business partner. I almost got killed, man. My wife was there videotaping with the same iPad I'm on now. My wife had that day, 10 years ago, right? The same iPad I had that she videotaped the agent interviewing me, the FBI agent interviewing me in our museum. And fortunately, when she came to interview me, we had a big display about the Washita. She just read through the thing. She read the article. As I said, the article written by a journalist out of New Orleans in a Times-Picayune Advocate paper. When he wrote the article, after he wrote the article, they fired him and destroyed him because he wrote a positive article that told a story about the Washita Nation and the Empress and all the stuff she did. And when he wrote the article, he lost his job. He never got another job again in journalism.
Was this the article? Because it looks like they interviewed.
This article here is like 2016. I'm talking about an article from 1980s, talking about the Empress of Washita. Article 1990s. About 30, 40 years ago article. This new stuff is a bunch of propaganda. Most of it in there is all propaganda. This is fabricated, it's whitewashed. It's no good. So the Anti-Defamation League considered the Washita Nation an extremist movement. Washington denied that his organization is a hate group because they're saying that the white supremacists who try to call themselves Washita Nation are anti-defamation. The Washita themselves consider themselves to be part of the tribes of Israel. If you go look at my book, it talks about us being the tribe of Shabazz or the tribe of the lost tribes of the people of Israel, one of the lost tribes. So how we anti-Semitic? But
he says that he says that the guy that didn't just kill white people, he killed a black cop. So how could he be related?
Exactly, dear. I'm telling you, and the black cop. I knew the black cop that killed the freaking Moor. That's Brother Jackson. He's one of us. He was, and understand, see this thing here? They got this one guy here. The day this event happened, they had several men in camouflage. This one guy, the day when it was live going on, we're watching the news. Me and my son watching this live. When those cops got shot, they reported several guys in camouflage running around the street. Who did the shooting? Then they got down to one black guy, and they never found the body. So, and if you understand this, before this happened, before this event in Baton Rouge happened, had a similar happening in Dallas where the cop got shot there and he had to put a robot in to go kill some black guy in Dallas who tried they tried to blame for starting the race right. They're trying to start a race right.
And then they said, "Oh, he's a sovereign citizen." So this is how they were trying to take this group who believed in pyramids and that we were here before. They try to take that into the sovereign citizen and merge those two things together because even like this, so now people will
look, excuse me, look at this. Remember I told you they try to take all of the things, boogeyman names, and put them together and try to look. It says the group was founded in 1990s by Washington's mother. And it says on here she was frequently in Detroit mixing with the Nation Islam leader. See that? Nation Islam is automatically
and influenced by Black Power movements.
Yeah, the group includes
her son said though. So that her son said this.
The Empress was back in the turn. The Empress was with Dr. King. The Empress walked with Dr. King and Dr. Joseph Ben Yakinen and John Henry Clark. All of her contemporaries. The Empress was in Georgia walking with she told me she did a walk with Georgia and Lewis back. Somewhere the Empress had always been engaged in the struggle, okay, her whole life. I'm saying she formed a city of her own. She was the mayor of a city. I'll find an article for you, but all you're reading is propaganda. This is propaganda to make us look bad. They got the Nation Islam. I think they do my partner in there, Yassine Bey, Most Def. They try to anybody they could put in there and hurt it and stain them as a dog whistle for something negative American public. This article right here was their dumping. The white supremacists separating themselves from the Washita Nation. Up to this point, the white people who claim they were Washita too. Now it's going to be bad guys. We the posse comitatus? We the white nationalists? We the sovereign citizens? No, we are a sovereign nation of indigenous people who white folks tried to join and couldn't. They didn't. But the Empress, and once again, the Empress said if they have 1 30-second white indigenous blood, they part of us too. All indigenous people come out of the Washita. Every indigenous tribe in North America, South America, Central America can trace its roots back to the chief people, the Watchtower people. So Caucasian people came and said, I'm 1/64th Native American. I'm 1/8 Native American. Empress said, we got to set them all, Umar. We can't block none of them out. Now the Empress, no, you cannot do that. So that was me and her having a difference of opinion. But I know that when I came back from Geneva in 1997, and before I left, I'm doing a lot of communication to the state of Louisiana. When I got back, the Empress received a letter from the Secretary of State, or the Secretary of State of Louisiana, saying, yes, Empress, we see that you are owed a lot of money, but it's not from my office. But I see you found an office that did owe you money. So when Empress got a letter with the state of Louisiana acknowledged owing us, I don't know, billions or $200, that's when that white nationalists lost their freaking mind and took over. That's when I left. I'm not there for the money. So you understand
So L. Bay, who died 2 years ago, wrote a book on the ancient ones, as they are called, and traveled the country to give speeches promoting the idea that the land sold by France to the United States in 1803 in the Louisiana Purchase was fraudulently obtained and actually belonged to her. The claims have been rebuked by government officials, and in 2000, the FBI raided El Bay's compound in Louisiana on suspicion of fraud and tax evasion.
Listen, that's not her tax and fraud evasion. All them Caucasian people who had did all that fraud were at her compound hiding. Ember became a refuge for all the white nationalists, all the white sovereign citizens. They all ran there. That's 2000. I was gone in 1997. And when I came back from Geneva, Switzerland in the fall of 97, I was dismissed. They took over.
So Washington said that after the raid, he instructed members to start paying taxes, and the group stopped. So here we go. Illegally issuing items such as Washington Nation's license plate and passports.
So that's not the Washington Nation. That's a group in North Carolina who was a government FBI sting operation in North Carolina issuing out Washington plates.
Right. Oh, here we go. Washington, who moved to Southern California 4 decades ago,
said he group only aimed today to reclaim thousands of acres of land. So all this talking about the Emperor's son, Frederick Washington. All he told me, was his inheritance. Okay. He ain't worried about the Washington Nation or government. He want what he think his family is owed, his inheritance. That's what he told me. So understand this guy, Frederick Washington, talking about now, was never part of the Empress government. He had no part of it. He wanted nothing to do with it, and he didn't want his family involved in it. So you see his daughter's name, Wendy, in there. That's not fair. That's a wonderful woman who had nothing to do with this here. That's just the government once again, and the white Nats once again trying to smear her name, smear his name. The same way you take the word ISIS. Word ISIS was the ancient Kemetic name and now it's been smeared, hasn't it?
Yeah.
The name Hannibal has been smeared, hasn't it?
Yeah.
The name Washington has been smeared the same way. Just propaganda is not true.
I remember this whole thing, what they would call it, wars on paper, right?
Yes.
And so
white sovereign movement and Negroes got involved. That's exactly white. They'll see that white sovereign citizen stuff had nothing to do with the Washington, but they came and hijacked the Washington at some point, and I was gone. So the Washington Washington was their cover. They actually see this Dr. Alim Bey. That's the guy who was publishing stuff, illegal stuff. But I believe he had the permission of the United States government or the FBI or whatever sting operation you got going on. The Unity, Washington Demania paperwork. When a lady came to me to interview me, she had this guy's document, this Dr. Alim Bey. She had this document in his hand and showing me the documentation he had. And so the guy who supposedly shot the policeman in Baton Rouge had this documentation from this guy here, Alim Bey, you're showing there. So, and when you look at that documentation, the FBI agent was in my museum of Washington information. She said, okay, this is not the same flag, not the same information. Oh, this is something totally different. This is not the same people. So fortunately, we had the museum up and display up. So when the FBI agent was there interviewing me, she could just compare Alim Bey's United Washington documentation to the actual Washington documentation we had. And she could see this is two different things. They had that documentation had on, once again, white nationalist images. German flag, all this Russian stuff on it, and had nothing to do with the Washington Nation. So she thought it's not the same people, not the same flag. It's a false flag. So I got cleared. I'm so happy. She came in and interviewed me, and the agent actually ended up buying a book and some honey from us too. Thank God, nice lady. But she came in, thinking they're going to come. They had the agents around the corner waiting to come raid our house, and jack us up. when she gave him the right signal. But once again, the Creator is great. We are protected, and I'm still here. And all this was though they were not tied to Washington's group, some people who consider themselves sovereign citizens of Moorish origin have carried out a string of criminal. So once again, had nothing to do with the Washington. See that? They're Moorish people who hooked up with the sovereign citizens. You to do with the Washington nation. They tried to hide behind us.
And you see, so they're saying since 2000, there's been 18 incidents since 2000 of Moorish sovereign committing extremist violence and plots ranging from traffic stop shootouts and prison escapes to rape and child molestation.
The same thing the white nationalists are doing right now. The same thing they had at Ruby Ridge. So remember Ruby Ridge with the shootout? You had the Montana Freemen making false stuff. You had even recently in Oregon, you had those white people occupy the national park up there. You had all these white supremacists standoff over in Maine. So understand you have Moors get caught up in that ideology of the white nationalist sovereign citizen movement. You have Moorish Science Temple being, I guess what's the word? What are they doing? Assimilated into the sovereign citizen stuff. And you have these people who are call themselves Moors using that sovereign citizen documentation to trick other people. And that person you have, that Alim person they had on that article is one of the people who was producing documentation. And I warn people that back when Malcolm X left the Nation of Islam, the only thing that everybody went from Malcolm X was a list of people or an organization. And that guy out there was gathering a list of people and organizations that the government was able to intercept. So if you joined his organization, the government had a list of people who consider themselves to be Moorish American, but had nothing to do with the Washington. He was using the Washington as his cover. United Washington, whatever name he had zero to do with the Embassy of Washington, the Imperial Washington Nation, or the land Washington. Because Washington is in Louisiana, Oklahoma, Arkansas, and the Mississippi River Valley. This guy's over in North Carolina, Mecklenburg County, selling people documentation like he's Washington. Nothing to do with the Washington Nation. Totally fake. Then you have all kinds of offshoots. You have the Wanubians, the Nuwabians. So all other groups who adopted Washington ideology and just kind of blended into what they're already doing to go to another level.
So are you so what is this? Is this part of like the same United Nations Human Rights Commission?
No, this group here, the Yamasee tribe in Georgia, that's a real tribe. That's a real group of people. There are indigenous tribes of Moors all over the United States. If you look at the East Coast of the United States before the so-called Pilgrims got here, from Maine down to North Carolina, all the East Coast of the United States was occupied by Moorish settlements. From Boston down through D.C., Virginia, it was all already populated. Before the English got here, that was already occupied and populated by Moorish people. The whole East Coast of the United States. Well, it's a book called 1491, where the author talks about how when the Pilgrims got here, they found all these ghost cities full of dead people because they brought in the first wave of Europeans came here with disease. Okay, and when they came back later, like what's that, Roanoke? They had the lost tribe of people. You have people come from Europe. The people they brought here from Europe were some of the sickest people out the infirmaries, off the street. I
heard they had a lot of like people with like alcoholism. That's why they were so brutal, because they were drunk the whole time.
The Europeans, not only England but Scotland, the Netherlands, Belgium, were clearing out their neighborhoods, their cities of homeless people, of orphan children, of their infirmaries, of prisons, and send them over to the United States. As a matter of fact, after the American Revolution, they started shipping them down to Australia. So Australia was populated by some of the most low-level riff-raff human beings you can find in Europe, got shipped out of Europe to the United States and then to other British colonies, not just Australia, United States. All the British colonies are populated by so-called indentured servants, the white slaves, the European slaves that came out of Europe. So understand, the people brought over here to create the concept of white people was born out of people who are themselves indentured servants, and then made a law that says that white people will never be slaves again and African people will be perpetually enslaved. Goes back to the House of Burgesses in Virginia and the Maryland governments in the 1660s when they passed laws and they, for the first time ever, used the term white people. Before there were English women, Dutch women, German women, and suddenly there was legislation for the first time written in law. The term white people was written in law in Maryland and in Virginia legislature because they were trying to pass laws. Basically said that European women are not allowed to marry Moorish people or indigenous people. So go look up yourself. It's a book called The Creation of the White Nation, the birth of the White Nation. That I read, and she's clearly laying out the legislation. You print out the legislation where they passed laws first saying that English women can't marry non-white men or non-European men. Then they said English and Scottish women. Then English, Scottish, Irish, Belgium, Dutch. Then they said, look, white people, white women can't marry non-white men. So that whole idea of white people was invented in the in the pre-United States colonies of Maryland and Virginia. Look it up. Do the research. I've done it. So once again, like I say, back to Neely Fuller and Francis Wells, all the problems we talk about now, let's just see them from the perspective of people trying to maintain control of the world and maintain the illusion of white power, white domination. That's what we're dealing with now. Economics, education, all those are factors that are being reinforced by people who are afraid of genetic annihilation. You have black people not worried about being genetically annihilated from the planet. Only if you listen to Donald Trump's followers, and when they passed that Roe versus Wade, they overturned Roe. You heard other politicians saying, "Oh, you just saved the white race because we are losing." It's a negative birth rate. So I'm listening to this lady talk. I understand what she's saying. She's talking about how by passing Roe versus Wade, you now eliminate the death of 60,000 Caucasian babies. Like, okay, I got that now. So the whole Roe versus Wade is to allow for the birth of less abortions of they don't care about black people getting abortion. They're trying to save the lives and carry on what Hitler wanted. What did Hitler want? The great white race, right? The pure white race. Donald Trump, he wants to import people from South Africa and from Norway, but nowhere else, trying to increase the population of so-called Caucasian people. The Confederacy, okay, is now running the United States. The South has won. The South, they rigged the election. I know you can't say that, but they rigged the election. They got hold of those election, those voting machines, copied the software, and found a way to rig the election. Nothing short of that going on here. People, I can say that they can't fire me. They can take my job, get the money from me. I'm self-sufficient. Me and my parents take care of our children. We run our school. We run our museum, and we have nothing to lose by telling the truth. So, just a little research here. I can tell you stuff. You don't believe what I say. Go do the research yourself. I invite everybody to go do their own research. And we need to find a way for the brothers and sisters on this side of the hemisphere to unite with our brothers and sisters on the continent. The different nations over there, Goita and Traore and the brothers in Mali and Niger are forming an alliance where they're building their own schools, their own roads. They have kicked out the colonizers from stealing all their natural resources, and they're just simply making them pay a fair price for them. Really, they can still get them, but now you got to pay the fair price. Ghana, for the first time now, says you cannot come to Ghana as a foreigner and just buy gold. You got to buy it through the government of Ghana, which makes perfect sense. And other nations over there are now learning to not fear the retaliation of the European colonizers, because the Europeans are now themselves divided and conquered. France and Germany and other nations over there are now dealing with their own internal strife and their own white nationalist movements. Okay, so I could go on, but that's deviating from the fact that the people in North America, once again, the rich people here, they're not all over here on slave ships. We have people in North America who have always been here, what they call North America, South America, the indigenous people, the mound builders, and that's evident by the fact you have all of those millions of mounds that were built in North America, and the remnants of them still remain here. In my book, Pyramids of America, where's that book at? The book here, I have 30 states that have pyramids in America that I can personally document. There are a lot more, but in this book, I make sure I can back up what I say. People say the receipts are right here. In here, I give you the address, the directions, what interstate to take. You turn off on this road, you can find it. Okay, I give you directions to the mine site. Okay, so definitely the evidence of pyramids in America is unquestionable. The question is why you haven't heard about them yet? Because they're all around you. They're all around us. If you live in this country, you've got to be near one. If you're near the Mississippi River Valley. Okay. Any questions?
Man, this is crazy. Just the information, just to know how people just jumped onto the movement and was able to use it, for nefarious means, and then
Absolutely.
somewhat destroyed the movement. But well, not destroyed it because it's still going on, but people had to like move another way. There's different. So how do you know the difference between legitimate Moorish Washita Nation group and the true Washita group? How do you know if you're not talking to a person? Like, what is the difference between the different movements?
Just I just know because I'm in it. It's hard for me to sit here and say y'all can judge people because there are a lot of people in the Moorish Science Temple movement right now today who I love, I respect, they honor the process. But there are a lot more people but the people I'm talking about, they mind their own business. They're principals, they work, they have children. You have people who are trying to find some type of way to get over the government. I want to steal a house, or get a house I don't pay for. I got a I lost my driver's license. I got child support. Those people are trying to use the Washita and the sovereign citizen movement as a way to get around some legal obligation. Most of them.
Let me tell you something. What about this whole? Okay, I want to ask you about this because there was this whole thing about the Social Security card being like some kind of a bank note, and this is how you get your money. Because there were people. Listen. I know back in 2000 and I would say 16, a friend of mine, there was a person that was going from state to state and was actually like getting people's information and supposedly helping them to get their money from the government. Like, so if you have a Social Security card, then they knew how to so-called be able to access that money from the government through your Social Security, because that Social Security is tied to a bank note, and you are a piece of you are like legal tender, and your birth certificate and Social Security card is legal tender and being traded on the stock exchange and all this other stuff. So was that anything a part of what Washington Nation was talking about? Like, or
how'd that work out? Did people get their money?
I don't think that they did.
Not a penny. Now watch this. I told you when they came to Malcolm X left the Nation of Islam. They wanted one thing from Malcolm X: a list of the members and information. So that guy was going around collecting a list of people who were dumb enough to get in there, and he made he compiled a list of information for the government. That was a sting operation to find the list of people who will fall for that kind of stuff. I never joined any of those lists of people, and if you even understand the Washington Nation, Empress told me to be careful about identifying who we are. She said stay aloof, keep your head up below the firing line, because they're aiming for us, right? So that whole movement was, once again, white sovereign citizen movement. That's the whole posse comitatus mindset of we don't need a driver's license, we don't need this, we don't need a passport, and the whole thing about cashing your Social Security number, total white supremacy scam. And Negroes go jump on that like they invented it, and we're selling it like hotcakes, and not one person I know got their money.
So Mos Def, was he a part of the Washington Nation, or did he get tricked by some other Moors?
Mos Def got tricked once again. My brother Paul Yassine Bey got tricked. I tried to warn him. He wouldn't listen to me. I love him, but he came and saw me. He came and saw me a couple of times. Came to my house a couple of times, and we discussed it. He tried to join the Washington Nation. I said, brother, you can't join the Washington Nation. That's past. You missed that window. So he went off to some more science people, got him hooked up, and I guess broke his heart, because I'm sure it wasn't going to work. But Mos Def, brother Yassine Bey, was very enthusiastic about becoming a Moor, gaining his Washington Moor citizenship. And I tried to warn him. He came out here and saw me, and I saw him a couple of times. Like he will perform no honor. They came and saw me a couple of times. He and his people. And I never heard from him again. Even now, I'm trying to contact him right now because I'm trying to get him to work on a project with George Clinton and Bootsy Collins and Victor Wooten. We're trying to do a project and have Mos Def be the conscious rapper on there. So I wish he'd reach out to me right now. But that brother that got set up, if you look at that article, they put his name in there, put my name in there, Nation Islam name there, because at that time Mos Def was fighting for his
put
rights.
your name in the article. So you got tied into that as well, man.
I got there. The article about the guy killing the cops in Baton Rouge. Come back and read the article. They tried to say I was his business partner.
Wow.
Because they were telling. Because I'm telling you, that's the week after Trump won the Republican primary. He was the official Republican candidate for 2016. Trump got his what did it say? Most deaf. Arrested in South Africa in 2016 for immigration. Once again, they gave him a fake passport. Wasn't a washed up passport. See,
how did he even get into South Africa with this world passport?
I have no idea. But the world passport was something from some white supremacists over in Oregon and Arizona selling that crap to their people. I know you're showing me something new here. He was attempted to leave the country using the world passport, which is not recognized by South Africa. So the world passport is something that these white folks over they just use the world service authority. Yeah, that's over. If you go trace history, that goes to some people over in Oregon, some more white people in Oregon and in Arizona. I remember I researched them before. Like people ask me the same thing, man. Don't mess with none of that stuff. It don't work. Now understand the war.
So all those like people that was getting these fake documents, these fake passports,
scammed.
They were going through something called the World Service Authority, and this World Service Authority was pretty much just scamming people. But how did he?
Their money.
Wow, how would he be able to get out of the country with this document?
It's a matter of the discretion of the travel person at the counter. Okay, I'm gonna go with this. So at some point, somebody's gonna check it. Even when I travel with the washed-out passport. I had to surrender my passport to the Swiss government, to the Dutch government in The Hague, and I got recognized. But that was in 1995, 96, 97. By 2000, after 911. All passport documentation changed. So after 2001, I can only use my washed up passport to travel. I used that for years. Recognized I got visas in it. Washed up passport is legitimate because we are a sovereign nation, not a sovereign citizen group. The sovereign citizen group tried to come see world citizen government. What is that? What kind of government is that? Where they land? What land is that? What nation is that? See that? What is that? So that's some Europeans in the United States don't want to be part of Bill Clinton's government, anti-federal government, white folks in America, white Christian nationalists. Okay, right there, you got it.
And so Gary Davis? Who's Gary Davis?
I don't know. I bet he's a white nationalist. Look him up. I'll guarantee you he's a white nationalist and whatever you want to call that kind of stuff. Christian white nationalists, same people who Margaret Taylor, whatever her name is. What it look like? What they say? What they say is? I don't even know what it say. Gary was the founder, the advocated passport. Okay, yeah. Did you look
so you had certain people apparently Moors that connected with this guy.
Yes, dear. The Moors and the white nationalists came together, met at the Washington, and they started whatever, what worked for me. We're going to use some of your stuff. And so the Moors start using these white people stuff, and white folks start calling themselves sovereign. Okay. They stole the word sovereign from the Washington Nation. So there was no such thing as, if you go before 1990.
Yeah, he's right. It was a white nationalist. Davis, a former Broadway actor and WW2 bomber pilot, renounced his U.S. citizenship after witnessing the horrors of war, believing that nationalism was the root cause of the conflict. He founded the World Citizen Movement, advocating for a world government and abolition of national borders to achieve lasting peace. World government of world citizens. So this didn't even have anything to do with
the Washington.
But they frame it.
Propaganda is just trying to discredit. They had to discredit what we're legitimate. So these are stuff to discredit. They try to attach all the stuff to discredit the validity of the Washington Nation and the work of her Royal Highness the Empress of the Washington. The Empress was a very real person, very spiritually guided, and we were protected. I'm still here now. We survived. We should have been killed. They're trying to kill us, but they couldn't. I'm still here now. Spread the word. We're not going nowhere. We always been here. We are the original people. We will be the last people here on the planet. We will be here when everything else turns to nothingness and dust. We are the original man on the planet.
Right.
So he came to me to get a passport. I said, brother, you can't get a passport from Washington.
Right.
You passed that time. It's too late. But he wanted to get, so he got caught up these fools here. But he was going through the more Shine Simple probably pointed to this guy here. I ain't know all that. I had no idea. But I know that when in 2016, when they tried to flush the white nationalists, tried to get out of Washington Nation and tried, instead of saying we're Washitans, we sovereign Washington citizens, now we hate the Washita. They tried to trash his name because they saw me and him together in the picture. So when they saw anybody near me, not just most deaf, everybody around me somehow caught smoke from them from trying to be associated with me and get discredited. Okay, I lost a lot of friends who got interviewed. Umar, that guy came and questioned me about you, showed me pictures of you and XYZ. Please don't come to my house anymore. Don't come to my mother's house anymore because I was being investigated. You know, even to this day, I'm sure I'm still under surveillance, but I work for God. They can't touch me. You know, I'm a 211 GLD on the place to be. They can't touch a brother like me.
Man, that's
nothing wrong. I knew they can tap this phone, hear this conversation right here, and everything I'm saying, they know already.
But I wonder why it was like, even though this was from a whole nother organization, why did they focus on the sovereign and the Bay Moorish aspect of it instead
they
of
had to flush themselves? Because if you look at the beginning, they said the Washita were some white sovereign citizen people, right? Then they had to separate the white sovereign citizens from Washita. So they dumped all that negativity about sovereign citizenship as if about sovereign citizen movement as if it was initiated by the Washita. But it was nothing more than white supremacists using the Washita to cover. Washita we're legitimately sovereign from the other states. We are just like the Navajo Nation, the Sioux Nation. All those nations have sovereign status in some ways, kind of, because an Indian tribe has their own police department, their own land, their own thing. Washington Nation had the same. We had our own land, our own identified land, a body politic of people, a government. I was the judge, so we had all elements of a nation. Okay, and when the Europeans saw that, they all flocked to the Washington Nation. The Republic of Texas, all the militia movement flocked to the Washington Nation, trying to become part of the Washington Nation. And when they couldn't, they just moved. We don't be under the Empress. When the Empress united with the Republic of Texas and those haters, those staunch Europeans who hated black people and hated women, those men found that the Empress was in charge, they had to fly us out of it real quick. We flew into Texas to talk about the treaty Empress signed with them. Before we could talk about the treaty, the people rebelled and wanted to kill the Empress. We had to get on a private plane, went right back to Monroe. All this is well documented, man.
And apparently what he did is that he came into South Africa with an American U.S. passport, and then when he tried to go to Ethiopia, he tried to use the world passport. So I don't know if he got that once he got, and maybe he believed. Man, it's crazy.
Let me see what I got here. See my UN bag. Just like I got this thing here. Let me see this. I'm gonna show you something that's really crazy now. This is about work, United Nations. See this? This is my badge. It says Bibliotech Lecturer. I gave lectures in the UN Peace Palace, okay?
Yes.
Human rights. And that's what I was studying to get my postdoctoral degree in humanitarian law, okay? When I travel, look at this now. This is a Washita passport, okay? This is a visa from Switzerland, okay? Visa Switzerland? See that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. Here's my passport here. My passport here. Here's my visa. On the back of my visa is my passport, okay? The Swiss government recognized the Washita passport. Issue me a visa. See my visa stamp there? What does it say there?
Yeah. Yeah.
Can I read this? It says nationality, Empire, Washita Mountain. Okay, the French police frontier, the police office in Geneva Airport.
Wow.
What it say?
So
Paper of legitimacy, passport, Washington passport. This is the Swiss government recognizing the Washington passport, ladies and gentlemen. It's no joke. It's no secret. We're legitimate. But the sovereign citizens in that world passport was garbage. Nobody recognized that. Washington passport legitimate, darling. We work. We did the work. We're legitimate. So they can do it. Here's another visa. Here's the second visa. But I went the second time. It didn't happen this one time. There's another visa. What it say there? It says what nationality? Tribe of Washita Moors. Okay, this is my second.
so do you think that if you that's good coming back into and from America, but like if you
This
were
was
to
1995, 96, 97. It will not happen anymore because after 9/11, they changed all the passport regulations and all that kind of stuff. They missed the window. When we did this, once again, we failed to unite. If the rest of the people got behind the Empress and the Washita, we would still be free and sovereign and doing our thing, but it didn't last. We didn't have what I told you, we did not have the security to protect us. My wife, my late wife, bless her heart, was the Empress bodyguard security, and she got murdered. She got assassinated in 1998. When we left Washington, my wife got killed. So look at, let me show you something else here. See this? We had our own, look at, watch this.
How did she get?
Washita,
I don't even. Maybe I don't want to like break into that.
see
But,
this? See my Washita International Motor Certification. I have my driver's license, my Washita ID. See this? This ID was posted in the sheriff's office of every parish in the state of Louisiana. A guy came and said, the guy said, one of our people went to tell I guess the police will have a conference and get ready for security. So Umar, your ID is posted on the wall. They get your giant Cuffville ID on the wall, man.
so did you like get pulled over a lot just having that ID?
I got pulled over, they let me go. Up until
Well, were you like a target? Like did they always like okay, you know?
We're under investigation, darling. But I had been to United Nations and international recognition. I must admit, I've been to United Nations, gave speeches, participated, writing legislation over there. I had international recognition. I was the ambassador at large for Washington Nation. As a matter of fact, darling, when we got back from Geneva the first time, and the state of Texas had a standoff with the Republic of Texas up in a place called Mount Davis or Fort Davis, somewhere out in West Texas. There was some Republic of Texas people held up in a camp with the FBI and the feds all in the bush waiting to kill them. They demanded to have myself and the Washita Minister of Finance come there and negotiate their release. So we had to go get a private plane over to West Texas, middle of the night, take jeeps up into the mountain, and they let us go in the cabin and talk to people and convince them to surrender themselves, right? And they don't know the same people who were being tried in Dallas for Republic of Texas crazy stuff. So the one guy they called him King Arthur.
Mm.
So all the stuff, you can go look at the trial with the Republic of Texas. You're going to see that their King Arthur, some kind of German name he had, was one of the people who they called the Washita Nation to come in and be. I was a diplomatic negotiator to end that standoff. I went up there. We met with him and said, "Either you can come out now." It was that guy. What's his name? King Arthur and two people, a husband and wife, who were, I guess they were Jewish or something they were talking about, whatever power they had. Never gonna touch them. But we went up there and negotiated to come out of there. And then we got back in the Jeeps and crept back down the mountain, back to the airport, flew back to Washington. So there's a time when the Washington Nation, we had earned our respect and recognition. But over
So
time,
what is the state? What is the state of it now? Where is the Washita Nation?
We're done. It was done in 97 when I got back from when I got back from Geneva, Switzerland, in 1997. The white supremacists had taken over the Washita Nation. I'd been gone out of the country. When I came back, Empress had a table full of Caucasian people claiming they're in charge, and they gave out. I'm not saying Empress sold out. They apparently gave Empress some money. She had a Mercedes Benz, and all kind of stuff, and my rent had not been paid. Even though I anyway, so it's a whole other issue. But when I came back in 1997, to me, it was done. It was over. These white folks took over the Washita Nation. And now they took over the White House in, what was that, 30 years ago? So now it is 30 years later, they took over the whole White House. They took over the Imperial Washita Nation. They took over the Kingdom of Hawaii Nation. Understand the state of Hawaii was once an independent nation called the Kingdom of Hawaii. The last ruler of Kingdom of Hawaii was Queen Leleokalani. Okay, she was told either surrender your nation or we're gonna kill all your people. So she surrendered. She surrendered Hawaii. So that once again, white Christian Americans, the white Christian Americans hijacked Hawaii from the Queen of Hawaii, put her in the Washington Palace in Hawaii, and let her live. And they took over Hawaii and took over the pineapples. White Christians, same people took over the White House right now. The same white Christians with Donald Trump jacked Hawaii from the Queen of Hawaii. And then, so come back later on, the same people jacked the Queen of Hawaii, jacked her, I think it's her grandson, King Akahinui in Maui, and his wife, Queen Akahinui Wahine, were harassed. They connected to the white Christians movement in Hawaii, and somehow got duped into combating the state of Hawaii. The white nationalists tried to get the King of Hawaii to do what the Empress did and declare sovereignty and have his own license plate and all that kind of stuff. And that's that Washington.
So do you think that's almost like a psyop, like they purposely went in to do this, or do you think that they were just trying to? Of course
they did. The infiltration. The white supremacists.
Like, do you think it was a government, or do you think that it was like people that were like just white people that?
Dear, what is the difference? The white people who infiltrated the Washington nation were white people who themselves had gotten in trouble. They may have been FBI agents. There are people who, if you don't help us, you're gonna go to jail. Go in, set the Empress up, get some pictures of us. And people come to Washington trying to snap pictures of our equipment, of our room, our private stuff. They were agents from the FBI and from the government trying to infiltrate us and get information to decode us. But the one thing they could not do with the Washington nation was trick us into buying a bunch of guns. One of the moves that we're trying to convince us to go, we're going to get you a bunch of guns and bullets. And when they do that, then the ATF coming in and rages. So Washington Emperor's like, we need guns to do this. We already lost the fight. So one thing about, I remember one time I went to a trial in Shreveport, Louisiana. They had a guy arrested, and the prosecutor trying to say this is a Washington person, X, Y, Z. The judge is quite familiar with the Empress of the Washington because, and as I said, the Empress had been in politics in Louisiana in the 70s and 80s. By the 90s, most of the people in office had somehow been under her or come through her. The Empress helped get the sheriff in Washington Parish elected, the mayor in Monroe elected. All the politicians came behind her when she was sent to the Washington nation had been people who had been under her in politics. So when the judge heard this guy talking about the Washington nation being violent, he just laughed. The judge laughed. I was in the court. You talking about them color folks down in Monroe? They ain't violent. That's murder. They call that's the mayor. That's Mayor Golston. So those judges knew the Empress before. So that's why the Empress was able to do what she did because she had recognition. She had she had what it called political clout. Yeah.
Wow.
So she was one of the first black women to be a mayor. Understand the civil rights movement was in 1964. In 1974, the Empress of Washington had set up her own city and was the mayor. 10 years before that, you couldn't even vote. Now she started her own city and a mayor. That's so significant. You can't touch that.
And then by about 5-10 years later, they just dismantled the whole situation.
No, that was 1974. Richwood, the city of Richwood is still there now. The city of Richwood has been, I think, merged into the city of Monroe.
Yeah,
the city of
that's
Richwood.
where Brown is the mayor now.
Yeah, it's called Richwood Township. It's called the
Township
first,
Richwood,
right?
yeah.
Richwood Township, and now then became.
Isn't that the same place that Elon Musk is putting on his like?
No. That's in Holly Ridge. That's in Holly Ridge. That's a little ways up the road between Rayville and Delhi.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's from Rayville. Now that's Richwood is south, or going south down 165, I believe it is.
She's talking about Franklin Parish, correct?
Yes, you're talking about that. Yeah, no, she's talking about Richland Parish.
Richland, okay. Because the Empress over in Franklin Parish. At one point, when the FBI raided the Empress, she was not in Washington Parish. She was in Franklin Parish by a city called Winsboro. And that's where you have all of those white nationalist people
down there, right? And then there's a place called Warsaw down there.
So were they able to move her out of where she originally was, make her move over here, and then that's made her look more vulnerable?
Well, what she did when we were in the city of Monroe, and I got arrested, they started arresting all the Washingtons in Monroe. Empress moved out to what they call Franklin Parish near a place called Winsboro, where all these rich Caucasian people The white nationalists, the white Christians, the Missouri militia, the Michigan militia, all these different white militia groups came down like they Washington. You got these Caucasians driving around Monroe with Ford LTDs and Crown Victorias with Washington flags on them, like they're part of us, and they weren't. So that happened.
So that was probably like by design.
Dear, when I went to jail there, they arrested me, jacked me up, beat me up, tried to
what was the charge? Why did they take you to jail?
We don't recognize your nation.
Wow.
They brought the government. Listen, watch it. They brought this was on April. It's right before Valentine's. They brought the governor to Monroe for a conference. The white supremacists in Monroe brought the governor. It's called the Northeast Louisiana Economic Community, right? The Ku Klux Klan brought the governor there for lunch. Gave him a big campaign contribution and had me arrested by 3:00 and started arresting all the Washington that one day. Big art, man. Look, all this documented. Well documented. They brought in.
So these are people that were working with the Queen or the Empress, but they were doing their own stuff on the side, and then with what they were doing on the side with the government, kind of caused some kind of a for them to come against the black people that were Washita to take over the whole thing. So now, if you see Washita, it's no longer owned by the black. Original
the Washita Nation is a tribe. Let's say the Choctaw or the Cherokee. We are a tribe. We are an indigenous tribe. Okay.
Right.
The political entity, body politic of the Washita Nation, was hijacked and taken over in 1997 by.
So can you still see it right now in today? Like, do you still see Washita Nation right now today?
Yeah.
Are they in
right now?
I'm saying like.
But no, there's no body of us collectively organized like that, but we're still here. We all know each other. We love. We what our.
I was just trying to see if they took it over and then made their own Washita, and then that's
they took
the
it
one.
Over, they couldn't make their own Washita. They dissolved. They couldn't make their own Washita. They took it over and it wrecked. It crashed because they're trying to take the Empress authority to issue her own passports, issue her own driver's license, her own her own certifications. And convert it to a system they already had in place. They already before they met the Empress, white people already trying to make their own license plates, make their own driver's license. They said we have the right to travel. We don't need a driver's license. We don't need Social Security cards. You have the anti-federal government Caucasian people. When Bill Clinton became president, the people who have been Ronald Reagan got elected in 1980. Then Bush had 2 terms. He had 12 years. Watch this now. Let me go back a little bit further. You had the 60s civil rights movement. 68, King got killed. In the 70s, it was the black thing. James Brown, I'm Black and I'm Proud, Soul Train, disco music, rap music. Then in 1980, watch this here, when the United States invaded Iraq, or invaded Iran, and crashed under Jimmy Carter, back in 1980, the United States invaded Iran and got destroyed in the desert. Helicopters wrecked together, sandstorm. Remember that happened? Jimmy Carter, Ronald Reagan took over.
Right.
Okay. And that's when you had the reign after the 60s and the 70s, great, all this black stuff, disco music, disco sucked, came in, and all this rap music came in. That's when the white people took over again. And Ronald Reagan did the same thing that Donald Trump did. Canceled all the Pell Grants, canceled any money going to people of color, took the solar panels off the White House. Ronald Reagan was the precursor, not Ronald Reagan, the handlers, the white supremacists, Jerry Falwell, those white movements in the 60s and the 70s when they're going against all the black culture, what's it called? The moral majority, Jerry Falwell, they got Ronald Reagan elected, are the same white supremacists who got Donald Trump elected. The far right, white nationalists, white Christians, white power people. That's what you're talking about.
Well, that's Obama said that they were called the Federalist Movement. That Donald Trump.
The Federalist Movement, the Heritage Movement. You can get anything you want to. They still, and the Federalist Society is still writing. So back then they called it the Federalist Movement. Today it's called the Federalist Society. They write all of the stuff for Republicans to elect people. They pick the candidates for the Republicans to elect people. The Heritage Foundation, which was another heritage movement I studied back in the 90s, was the same people who now wrote this plan, the 2025 plan 2025, what they got going on.
Project
Same people
2025
from the Washington, the same Europeans who had the
So it was the people that did the thing with the Washington are now the people that are running the government.
The same people who run the government did the thing who run the government now. Yes, the white patriot movement, the white male power movement did it to the Washington, the Kingdom of Hawaii, the United States government today. They did it in Germany. They're doing it right now in Germany. Right now, they have the far right movement. You have it in Hungary, over there in the Eastern Bloc. What used to be the Eastern Bloc of Europe, behind the Iron Curtain. Those people are still white nationalists. They're still what's called Nazi.
So it was like a way. So their objective was to dismantle what you guys had.
Absolutely. After 2016 and Trump won the Republican campaign, the Republican nomination, they no longer need the Washington.
Wow.
They had the White House.
So are they also the same people that you would call the Proud Boys that did this insurrection?
Yep, same one. The Proud Boys is just a new iteration of the militia. Okay, the Proud Boys, another name for the militia, or the Ku Klux Klan. The word Ku Klux Klan is not an organization. It's a concept. It means let the circle be unbroken. White people have one thing that I admire them about. It's called unity. They do not break the circle of whiteness. Okay.
So Ku Klux Klan means do not break the circle.
It means let the circle be unbroken. 1 second.
What?
Here's a book called The Fiery Cross. See the book here?
Yeah.
Go into deep detail on Ku Klux Klan came from, how it started in Pulaski, Tennessee, and the General Forrest Gump, where Forrest Gump got his name from, General Forrest, Mississippi. Very detailed on the Ku Klux Klan. The word Ku Klux Klan means, it's a Latin term that means let the circle be unbroken.
Wow.
So you hear this right now, okay.
So when they infiltrated, they didn't even need to be a part of the U.S. government. It was just an ideology of, okay, they're over here doing this. We need to break this up. And how we're going to do it, we're going to infiltrate it and use it to our benefit. But she's not realizing they probably didn't have a meeting somewhere. Listen, we're going to say we took 65% Indian and we're going to get in cool with her. We're going to give her some money, whatever.
Dear sister, they tried to bribe me. More than once, they tried to offer me and my wife money. A briefcase full of cash one time at a conference. I gave the money to the empress. They had cases full of coins, like platinum coins, gold coins, silver coins. Umar, this for you. We're gonna need you to help us cooperate because we're gonna make you the empress at the empress. Like you fools. They don't know I'm ex-Klan public enemy.
Right.
Before I sell out, I get the hell out. I'm not gonna sell out. Never. There's no price on my head. So I got out, and it's good now because there are people in the Washington, brothers and sisters under. Brother Umar, why are you leaving? Why you going to abandon us? No, y'all don't understand what's going on behind the scenes. These white people took it over, and the empress is bless her heart. She was I don't know what. When I got back from Geneva, Switzerland, something that happened to the empress of Washington. They had zapped her. She was not the same person. She was anybody who saw her knew there's something wrong with her.
Was she older? Was she older, or was she younger?
Here, she had been something that happened to her. She had lost what she had before. She had lost whatever she had when I first met her. The white folks had drugged her. I don't know what they did to her. But anybody around you will tell her she had been truly a change. She was truly a changed person. In 1997, the Empress, including Empress Dr. Elizabeth, what's Dr. The Empress had a doctor who explained to me she's going through dementia. I shouldn't say all this kind of stuff, but it's a fact.
No,
the doctor came and told me that there's something wrong with her. She's not the same mama, something wrong with mama. And every doctor flew in from Detroit.
What about also the family? Was they like something? Why didn't the family step in and say, hold on, y'all not fixing to be sitting up here trying to take over my mom's situation? But did they have her sign off some stuff to where they could say, no, we have control over her? Because I mean, I know
once again, let's just break it down. When the Empress was involved in this Washington Nation, the Imperial Washington Nation, when I got there, 1992, 93, 94, 95, her only son, Joe Frederick Washington, was not involved in the movement. He was in California with raising his family and his granddaughter, and the Empress liked it that way. People thought I was the Empress' son. They thought when they found out what they, matter of fact, that's the day I broke out of it when the Empress said, Umar, you probably need to go home to your mom. When I said that, Empress, I got back from Switzerland and I came to the meeting and the table full of Caucasian people, which that's what it is. I'm not hating on them, but the Empress told me that Umar, you're not going to be under him. That's when I resigned immediately. She said, Umar, maybe you go home to your real mama then. And people said,
what?
So in front of them people, she let them know right then and there that I was her real son for the first time in probably 4 or 5 years. They all, up to that point, they assumed I was the Empress' real son. So the Empress' real son's out in California. Joe, bless his heart, poor brother, he wanted nothing to do with that. He didn't want his children, his wife, or his family in any way affected by that. And in retrospect, he blew up in his face. When after the FBI raided his mother's place compound out there in Franklin Parish, Louisiana, he came out there and he was destroying records and trying to keep the mess with his mom and take her home, take her to California with him, and put her in a
old folks home.
Elderly care, old folks home. I won't say it like that, but an elderly care facility.
Pretty much. So, hey, we not politically correct over here. Old folks.
Okay, yeah, they put an old folks home. It was not a bad hospital. I visited her a couple of times, but I know at one point I was told I can't go there anymore. They tell you can't go and visit her. How you going to tell me I can't see a grown woman, man? Please get out my face. Anyway, but I went and saw her a couple of times. I took her nieces and nephews who knew. I was showing where she was in the hospital. I would not talk to her son first. I just show up and go visit her, right, and take her stuff she wanted. And eventually, in 2020, so that was like 20. That was like year 2000 when they raided her. When they said they raided her in 2000, I was not down there.
The son came and got her, brought her to California, put her in the old folks home.
Yeah.
So, what do you think that those people got into his ear too? So he said, well, he can't come, or.
Well, I know that her book, Return of the Ancient Ones, is republished, okay, and it's the cover with the red, black, and green cover, which is a revised version of her book. I never really read the thing. I know it's not. I know when I looked at that book, the page numbers are off. Stuff had been omitted and changed, so I didn't see the legitimate copy of her book. I thought it was her same book, copied, word for word, verbatim. But I see it was a book that had been edited, and I can see the Empress is a very real Southern woman. She used vulgarity. She used cuss words, you could say, adult language in her book. And I see that they had a Christian whitewashing of her book in some parts of it. And I realized that the new version they were selling was not the original exact copy of the original book. So I don't even promote that book. But that's what her children put out after she passed away. And because of the original book, Return of the Ancient Ones, only had about 1,000 copies printed up. It was printed up in Chicago by some Moors under, I think, Johnson Bay out of Cleveland, and Judge Clinton Nelson Bay helped get her first book in print. And there was only one real running of the first issue of that book. And even though it had complications, it was done like in 1990 using 1970 methods. Okay, so it was done really on a press, and that book was printed up, and there were let's say it wasn't edited properly. So some pages were out of order. It didn't matter because the documentation you had in there was so significant, so profound that book is a monument. Anybody get that book and read it will understand the validity of the Washita Nation. That book, Return of the Ancient Ones, is awesome. And even now, I don't sell her book, but I have written a book called The Ancient Ones Revisited, where I've answered questions people have about the Washita. Like what we're talking about right now, it's in the book. The Ancient Ones Revisited is going to answer people's questions about her book, Return of the Ancient Ones, and how it can be interpreted. And as a matter of fact, at one point in that winter of '95, me and Empress bought something called a word processor. Like before the laptop, you can have a keyboard and a monitor. Okay, so now you can fix errors instead of having the whiteout and chalk. You can fix your errors on the screen. Phenomenal. We got a typewriter with a monitor, right? And we sat there and we redid her whole book on that word processor. So somewhere in the world there's a floppy disk with her book properly laid out. And I don't know what happened to that floppy disk, but I personally sat with Empress for months redoing her book. So I'm very familiar with the content of her book and the significance of each document she put in there. So I'm going to actually publish The Ancient Ones Revisited. Her book, Return of the Ancient Ones, is monumental. And I'm going to just publish my recall of she and I going over her book and explain some of the confusing things in her book and why she will put in there a document talking about adjudicated property in Louisiana. She has a document explaining about adjudicated property in Louisiana, right? That's because the title she has is an adjudicated title. So, and it'll tell you that adjudicated titles in Louisiana are proper titles to land in Louisiana. But yeah, people say, oh, that's not a real title, it's adjudicated title. So people argue that her title wasn't valid. But she made sure in her book she put in there evidence. Anybody who had any questions could go right to the evidence in Louisiana law explaining the validity of her stuff. So Empress's book is thorough. She has the lawsuit, one of the longest lawsuits in the history of the United States between the Turner family and the United States government. Okay, and in that trial, you will see in her book that the judge, once again, June 19th, decided that the Washita family had a legitimate claim against the United States for the land they claimed in the Maison Rouge land grant, and they had to surrender it to them. And the amazing thing is that the Roger B. Chaney, the judge in the Dred Scott decision, was one of the guys who tried to overturn the lawsuit that said the Washita owned the land. Okay. So they tried to overturn this here. What is that, Creek Nation? I know Creek Nation. The Supreme Court involved a suit against the Creek Nation. No, that's something totally different.
Okay.
That's not the Washita. Now, understand, my great-grandfather's name is Turner Starr. Go look up Turner Starr versus Thompson as a lawsuit. And you're going to see that my family owned all this land in Oklahoma, and they stole it from us. And my family fought to get the land back. And the state, I guess the Supreme Court, whatever court said that your claim for the land is legitimate, but because you took so long, we're not going to get the land back because of you missed the statute of limitations. So my family, Turner Starr, my great-great-grandfather fought a lawsuit to get our family land back. After the Tulsa, Oklahoma bombing, we were literally miles from Tulsa in Oklahoma. My family had land there. And my grandmother's baby sister, Aunt Nellie, who told me the story about how they came and knocked on Turner's door and told him to get his family out of there. They come to kill all the black folks in Oklahoma. So my family ran out of Oklahoma. Yeah, there you go. That's Turner Starr. That's my family. Turner Starr. This case is saying that you have claimed recovered possession of land must be recovered, and it's saying that you took too long, basically. Turner Starr is my great-grandfather. Great-grandfather, my grandmother's father, my father's grandfather. So here you have a case where my personal family is fighting for our land back, and we're gonna get it too. I have relatives who are still fighting to get this land back for our family, because our people were in Oklahoma before the Trail of Tears brought natives from all over the country. We were already in Oklahoma. We had a Star. Sam Houston Star. You'll find that my great-grandfather got assassinated in Oklahoma fighting for this. On his gravestone it says Sam Houston Star assassinated sometime in 1893, I think it was.
So the Cherokee and Creek in Alabama, do they have anything to do with the Washita? Yeah.
Because the Cherokee and Creek, Alabama got transported to the Washita in the Trail of Tears, darling. When they had the Trail of Tears marching the Cherokee, Creek, Chickasaws out of Alabama, Georgia, Florida, they marched them to the Washita. Go look at the Trail of Tears. Go look at the map of the Trail of Tears to see exactly when they marched them right into the Washita Forest, Washita Mountains, Washita River, and placed them. There are two Washita rivers. One is in Arkansas, goes through the Washita Mountains, and the other is in Oklahoma near the Red River. They went to all the Native Americans and put them in the Washita Valley between the two Washita rivers. One Washita River is spelled in the French way. The one in Oklahoma, or the one in Arkansas, Louisiana is spelled with the Ouachi, Chita, Wachita. The one in Oklahoma is spelled the correct way, Washitaw. So you have the indigenous spelling with a W, like wash, like it all come out in the wash. Yeah, it's all come out in the wash. But the Washita rivers are where they took all the native people, the Creek, the Cherokee, the Choctaw, and put them between the two Washita rivers, what they call the natural state, Arkansas, and the Native American state, Oklahoma, the Washita Valley. You can, that's fact. You can tell me, people can argue me all they want to. They can open a map right now.
So is Washita still considered like a nation in the United Nations to this day?
We still have recognition by nations who are members of the United Nations, but we never really had a seat. We had a position. When I went to the United Nations, I got a seat on the floor in the General Assembly during the conference. But people said Washita had a seat. Washita had recognition. What we had was we were part of the indigenous people's, I guess, delegation, because at that point we were writing our own Declaration of Human Rights. So we were a part of the indigenous nations who helped to elaborate the Declaration of Rights for indigenous people. We were able to go there. I was able to have a seat. I was considered to be a ambassador.
Does this whole thing actually affect also like the current like people that are on reservations in America to this day?
Well, not well, other than being exposing the true origin, how the Washita Nation of mound builders are the original people here. We didn't come across the Bering Strait from India or Mongolia or wherever they say people walked across the Bering Strait to populate the so-called Indians walked across the Bering Strait. That's just a European lie. This is not true. And I'm sure some people walked across. If you go look at the date of those so-called crossings, we were already here. Those people in Louisiana, Alabama, and Mexico long before the time of the so-called Bering Strait crossing by Asiatic nomads.
Do you think that Tariq Nasheed with his FBA movement is kind of grabbing some of this aspect of like this nation and kind of championing that?
Who was Tariq Nasheed? Who was that?
Well, Tariq Nasheed is the one who created the whole term FBA, Foundational Black American.
I never heard of him.
He had the movies Hidden Colors and things like that.
Oh, okay, that guy.
Yes.
I don't know what he's doing there. I mean, I like some of his videos. I like the first 2 or 3 of the Hidden Colors. Then it just kind of got, by Hidden Colors 4, which is kind of okay, wow, deep. But yeah, I mean, I appreciate anybody doing research. He had some of my teachers in. He had Francis Crust Wilson in there. He had Professor Small. He had a lot of great lecturers in his videos. He had a lot of great information. I don't knock any of it. He personally, I don't know him. I'm not his fan, so I can't speak for him.
All right, I was wondering.
But one thing I do know, sister, forgive me. People asked me about him years ago, about him making a comment about the Washita. But I said if he hadn't spoke to me about the Washita, he knows nothing about the Washita whatsoever. He's just speaking on gossip. People told me he talked bad about the Washita before, right? So, but that's okay because he's ignorant. What does he know? If you've not spoken to me about the Washita, you've not done your homework, darling. You're just full of crap. I am the last great expert. I am the ancient one. I'm the last person I know. There are other elders I know, but few were involved on the level I was involved with the Washita Nation. And the Empress herself was not anti-American government. Empress was once part of the United States government. Empress was the mayor. When the Empress had to deal with issues, I remember we got called into the state police office by Colonel Wellington. He was the colonel of the state police of Louisiana. Mayor, come here. Mayor, come here. Your people doing the wrong stuff. They drive around with these tags on because the state police of Louisiana was trying to understand what's going on. They knew the Empress was legitimate, but you had people going around with their counterfeit Washita tags on and not being like Washita. Washita are peaceful, loving people. You have people confront the police like the sovereign citizens did. So you have people who claim to be part of Washita, but they had the sovereign citizen mentality of challenge the police, have a gun, fight. Washita, we didn't do that. We peace and love, brother, sister. That's what we do. I mean, in the Washita, look at it. Here it is. See our motto? It says, one love is law in the Washita. The government officials in the state of Louisiana, including the state police, the sheriff, the mayor, police chief, all knew about the Washita Nation. It was only when those white nationalists came to the Washita, claiming to be part of the Washita,
brought in their like documentation and how, because you said you got a passport. So who made that passport?
The Washita. It's a Washita passport. Our passports are legitimate. Up until 911, when Empress didn't make any more passports. My Washita passport, I can travel around the world with it. We are recognized indigenous nation. just like the Lakota Nation, the Cherokee Nation, the Washita Nation. We are a nation of indigenous people. But how about this? The Lakota Nation, their chiefs had U.S. passports because they are under the Department of Interior. They are called recognized nations, the 5 recognized nations, the 5, what do they call them? The 5, whatever, the recognized nations, the name for the people who are under the Department of Interior, the Bureau of Indian Affairs. The emperors refused to come under the control of the Bureau of Indian Affairs and the Department of Interior, so they didn't recognize us.
But so, do you think that was a mistake?
Oh heck no! I'm still part of it. Even now, I could go right now and get a Cherokee Nation ID card. My grandma, all my family. Do I want to be part of the Cherokee Nation? No, not me personally. My sister has her. My cousin, half my family have their Cherokee Nation nationality card. I choose to be part of the Washita Nation. We have the right to choose our own nationality. That's part of the article I helped to make sure was part of the Declaration of Rights for Indigenous People. You have the right to choose your own nationality.
So when you want to travel to another country, do you have to get a U.S. passport now?
I got a U.S. passport. I have no time for the drama anymore. It's all.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We lost you. Interesting. So right when he said that, I can't hear you. Can you hear me? This happened earlier. Just the sound just got cut off, and now it's cut off again. Right, same thing. Can't hear you. Can't hear you once again. Well, you know what, and it's right when it get good. That's when it start cutting out. That's crazy. You right when you get the drop in the knowledge, they somehow the sound cut out. It's something. It's almost like they know that you about to really say some stuff. Right. Sorry, y'all. Listen. Every time he get to really dropping it, you know what I'm saying? They get to cutting off his microphone, blacking the screen out, doing all kind of wild stuff. But he's dropping it. He's dropping it. Y'all. All right, let's see. Okay, now I can hear you. Now you we missed a little bit of what you said. So you said you had to get a passport, you had to get back on track.
Oh well, after 9/11, the whole passport system globally changed, and I was having trouble now telling my Washita passport because they put barcodes in the passports, and because those guys who allegedly crashed into towers had passports, and so they changed the whole international travel system after 2001. So 2001, I went got me. I had a U.S. passport before that. I got a passport. So I got a Washita passport in the 1990s when Empress came about. But even today, as we speak, there are several people in America who have multiple passports. I mean, half of Congress has U.S. passports and Israeli passports as we speak right now. So having more than one passport is not an unusual thing. You know, people Africans, we can go, some of us go back to Africa right now and get a dual passport for Ghana or some other countries in Africa. So having a Washita passport, and U.S. passport, not a conflict, but I quit using my Washita passport. But I got tired of the hassle of missing a flight while they take time to go look it up. Okay, so let me look at it here again. When I traveled, I had a Washita passport, and if the immigration people, or what do you call it, the customs people that had not done their research, they would delay my travel. Let me see here. Watch this now. Okay, here we go. See this here? This is a document we confronted with, right? It will say request by United States national for something exception to the passport. I have U.S. passport. I had a Washita passport. See this? So it says here. I had a Washita passport here. How did I travel into Geneva, Switzerland? I had what did it say there? And here, United States stamp sealing the fact that Brother Umar had a Washita passport and it's okay. He had the exception to it. Okay. What they say? What's that? Department who? United States Department of State. My
Yeah.
name. My name Raw Nubus Marley Shabazz Bay. Okay. What it says, what it say there? It say Geneva. I don't know what it says here. But this is what the State Department gave me when I came to the country, my Washington passport. What they gonna tell me? I'm legitimate. What if they're gonna deport me? Deport me to where? To Washington. Go find Washington on the map. Where's it at? Please send me home.
Louisiana.
Yeah. Here's one for brother.
You
Jamal.
they gonna and probably what not even just like a general place like just
Man.
America.
Yeah.
They take you
You got
straight
me
to
looking
Louisiana.
at stuff I forgot I had. Yeah. Anyway, so anybody question the Washington Nation? They try to clown us. They got all these white nationalists writing negative stories about the Washington Nation. Empress told me, Brother Umar, stay aloof. What did she say? Don't lower yourself to. She said, don't lower yourself to even respond to them. Well, you know, people want you to clap back. You should respond to them. So Empress told me, don't respond to them, Umar, and I haven't. I mean, I've been attacked so many times, but people tell me there were no mounds. You're making it all up there. Okay, but they're still standing. Go check it out yourself. That's why I wrote that book, Pyramids in America. In my Pyramids in America, it's actually a travel guide for anybody who doubts the pyramids exist in America. You can get that book. I got an address, phone numbers, all kind of stuff to all the different pyramid sites that are open to the public to visit. And some you can't access. But in that book, anybody question the existence of pyramids in America are shut down. Okay, I already documented that. Okay, Washington Nation. If anybody any questions, come see me. But people, yeah, see pyramids in America, travel guide. See the video there? The video there talks about the place in Frenchman's Bend. See that's the archaeological dig. They're telling you. So I'm not making up dates. You have archaeologists from American Institute. Matter of fact, this archaeologist here was from Peru, a Peruvian archaeologist in the United States. Yeah, Dr. Joe Sutton is from
dates
Peru.
running between about 5,300 for Frenchman's Bend and Watson Break to at least 5,900 to 6,000 years ago. So it's the earliest evidence we have for mound construction in North America. There's one mound in Baton Rouge that dated to earlier than what we have here, but it was destroyed in the 1960s. And so, to our knowledge, the ones right here in Washita Parish are the oldest mounds in the New World.
In the New World, the
Did
oldest
he just
mound
say
in the New World.
these are
Okay,
the oldest
Washita Parish.
mounds in the New World in North America? And did he also mention that?
Go ahead.
Okay, so they can watch that video too. So once again, the evidence is there. I just document information. I provide the people. They can believe it or not want to believe it. But it's not me saying it. I got their own experts. That gentleman, Dr. Joe Saunders, has done extensive. You can go look him up right now. Extensive research on the pyramid cultures all over the world. He came from Peru because they're saying that people in Peru were older. The mounds in Peru. They have mounds in Peru now. You go find the oldest cities in Peru. Mound cities, just like the mound cities they have in Alabama and Louisiana and up in Illinois, same people, same culture, building earthen pyramids, earthen mounds. South America, Mexico has the stone pyramids. The sun pyramids down there, they're newer. Here, see this Etowah pyramid? That's outside Atlanta. Here they found once again giants. The Etowah pyramid, they found giants there. Here you had this mound here was once again covered with trees at one point. Man-made, the Europeans made the stairs here, but on the side of it, you find they had ramps. They didn't use that. They used ramps, like zigzagging ramps, like a staircase. Some more civil engineering. And here at one point they had a moat around this pyramid here in Etowah. And the moat, they found skeletons of alligators. So there's the story, a fairy tale story about castles in Europe with alligators and the moats around them. This is a real location where they had a moat dug around here, and they had found alligators in this moat here. And here they also found the body of a giant here also, skeletons of giants here. And this is just one of several pyramids. This is about maybe 30, 40 minutes north of Atlanta, between Chattanooga and Atlanta, off the I-75, called Etowah. And once again, you go there, they got golf course, they got people's houses nearby, and it's an ancient site of the indigenous people, the mound building culture. Look at that, isn't that huge? I sat up there, me and my son sat up there. It's a website me and my son.
And you can tell they put them steps in. That wasn't how they used to
Yeah.
get up them suckers.
And
You know
that
what I'm
bench,
saying?
no. On the what's that? The left side of it, you'll find how we climbed the door. We had ramps. Some well-engineered ramps up the side of this thing here. So I know this guy got this cool video here. So this must be like a drone flying over this, huh?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So this is after they shaved the trees off this. Because at one point this was just like the Old Mecca, the mound, what they call Poverty Point. This also was once covered with trees, and for whatever reason, the Americans.
Look at how tall that is, though, because it's hovering bigger than the trees that are down below.
Oh, absolutely. Oh man.
So these mounds are not they're not small.
Look, see the one next to it. Now these are just
now look at that.
This is two of dozens of mounds at this location. Further down, this is a whole mound city. These are just where I guess the chief and his people stay. See this? Pyramids.
Wow.
Earthen pyramids in North America. They're not gonna talk about this. When they asked the Cherokee people, there were Cherokee people here. They knew nothing about these. We don't know who built them. They're here when we got here. The ancient ones, the Moors, the Washita built. These are Washita structures. These are built from people of the Washita River Valley. The oldest, the oldest mounds in America where? In the Washita River. And that what I just said, Dr. Joe Saunders? You find the oldest structures. And the only ones older than the ones in Washita Parish, the ones right down here in Baton Rouge with me, called Mount.
Why do you think they're flat at the top? What do you think?
Because people live there.
People lived on top of those mountains?
Yeah, they found lodges, houses, structures with post holes built on top of there. Not teepees and tents. No, you had houses.
Look, you see where they was coming up at. They went up
see the ramp.
That's the ramp. Right there. Yeah. They didn't use steps like this. They came up this way and boom, and just rested and went up that way.
You see that?
Wow.
There's a little platform right there, like a staircase. You know, you had a little turnaround on the staircase. The Europeans put those stairs over there. Because you don't make you don't use stone or wood on the mound like it said in the Bible. Okay. See that? The ramp. Now, if you go to my website, you'll see that same mound with the trees.
This is your website.
Okay, so if you go to the picture of me, how about go to hotep.org. Go back to hotep.org real quick. Now look at that picture right there. Scan, see the picture? Go up on this picture here. Go up on this picture right here. You get a picture. Okay, so go here and go to where it says, go to About Me. Go to About Me. Let's go to the top, go to click on where it says about us. Okay. So go up a little bit. Go up. I mean, go down. See the picture here? That's that same mound. See the trees over there? That's me on the ground. You see the ramps, those trees.
And you're like about what, 6'3"?
I'm 6'5".
6'5". Okay.
That's my son. My wife had been killed, so me and my son traveled around the country. I was a single parent. Widow. So this when I was I was switching into my Africans get organized. That's my move. Africans get organized. What we got to do, and it's happening now. This site was up. I put this out in 1999. This site's been up for over 20 years.
Yeah.
And that goes back to Pyramids of America. You have site Moors.com. So yeah, you can go through here. You can go to these sites. It will take you days to go through my sites. If you I know you've been through them already. Yeah.
We didn't go through all of them. We went to this one. I think we kind of stopped at that one. Here's Lake Jackson in Tallahassee.
Yeah.
And it's interesting because to look at it, you would think, oh, okay, that's not that big, but the human being would probably be about right here. So this is very tall. Your height will probably be where this tree is, like about maybe right here.
Maybe, yes, maybe. And there are taller mounds, like the ones in Cahokia, the gentleman talked about earlier today. Those are huge pyramids. So actually, the pyramid up there in Cahokia, what they call Monk's Mound or Cahokia Mound, is larger at the base than the Great Pyramid in Egypt up in Giza. At the base, it's not as tall. But there was a pyramid in a place called Troyville, Louisiana, that was it was probably the tallest earthen mound recorded in the United States before they tore it down. It was a place called the Troyville Mounds were huge. They were very tall. I'm going to say 80, 90 feet tall. taller than Poverty Point. So it just goes
I'm
on.
gonna play a little bit of this thing because earlier we got kind of put off track, but let's go. Let's go.
Okay.
Right here, Louisiana, Poverty Point.
They
And
got
what
there?
do we find? We find the oldest known city in North America. And what does it look like? It's a very unusual place. It is made up of concentric rings. Now, when archaeologists first found Poverty Point, they found it from the air because it's so huge, between 20 and maybe 50,000 people that long ago lived in this great metropolis. Now, when they found it from the air, it looked like an octagon, like half of it. But since then, it's been learned that it was a complete ringed settlement. You have alternating rings of land and water. Not only that, in Poverty Point, you have the exact same sacred numerals that Plato discussed. He said in Atlantis, the people of Atlantis revered sacred numbers 5 and 6, because 5 represented the male principle, 6 represented the female principle. And that by being in harmony with male and female, you're in harmony with the entire cosmos. You go to Poverty Point, you see the same numbers, 5 and 6 repeated. Not only that, these concentric rings are bisected by canals. Archaeologists now know that these rings were separated by courses of water, exactly the same. But now, here is, I think, the real kicker for that. Poverty Point was made about 1500 BC, that's sure, about 1,500 years before Christ. However, the way we know it today, when it was a huge settlement at its maximum, when it was really built up, is the year 1,200 years before Christ.
And the other side is called Watson Break, which is really a magnificent site. And it's sort of what Poverty Point used to be. Poverty Point was a mysterious site that came out of nowhere, all of these mounds and ridges, no antecedents. Well, now Watson Break is 2,000 years earlier, and people are suddenly saying the same questions. Well, where did this one come from? Watson
2,000
Break
years
has
older
a
than
lot
Poverty Point.
of similarity.
So let's talk about it. We ain't gonna watch the whole thing. Go to his webpage. It's called Pyramids in America, y'all. Pyramids in America.
They thought Poverty Point was the first city ever, and now they found somewhere in Ouachita Parish 2,000 years older than that, man. And that's so significant because the United States is barely 250 years old. You have things that are 2,000 years old. The United States is 250 years old in 2026. Not even close to 1,000 years old, and about to disappear. And you had civilizations in what they call North America that had continuous occupation existence for more than 6,000 to 10,000 years. Matriarchal system, not patriarchal systems. Systems that were, I guess, your grandma was in charge. The empress was like your grandma. Okay, the women were in charge of domestic affairs, and the men were in charge of foreign affairs. Women dealt with the nation, the cool food, the people, the children, and the men just protected the area. So men were called noble. In the Ouachita, there was never an emperor. There was always the empress. It was done with your grandma. Grandma with generations of people, and the men were known as nobles. So when people say I'm a Ouachita chief, I'm a Ouachita emperor, I'm saying you're full of crap, because the Ouachita nation didn't roll like that. We were ancient. We would go back. Women were in charge of the matriarch. It's like a beehive. The queen's in charge. The drones are there to protect. So, and we were able to exist under matriarchal rule for thousands of years in peace and harmony.
So these were the people that Christopher Columbus ran into, or they were somebody?
Columbus came so late. I mean, Columbus was 500 AD, 1500 AD. We're talking about 8,000 years ago. We're talking about before Columbus' grandmama. Okay, before it was a thought or a sperm or a germ, you had people in the United States, so-called United States, the mound building cultures here. They had mounds in Europe also. Like you go look and you found mound in Russia and in the northern Europe over there by where Lafayette and all that. I found mound sites over there. You found mound sites in Ireland. It was even actually a mound built at Oxford University. Okay, so the mound building concept is not new, but the word mound is indigenous to the United States, to the indigenous people. You go look up the word mound in the English dictionary, it's going to say a mound is a globe with a cross symbolizing an empire or royalty. So the word mound, which means a pile of earth to us, in the English dictionary, British dictionary, it's going to say a mound is a symbol of imperial power. It's a
and you know what? When I look at this picture, it just breaks my heart.
Okay, yeah. That's a city. See, let's see. And these rings went all the way around. They're a complete circle. They're octagons. Here, this river here called the Bayou Bacon kind of cuts off the rings. on the other side of the river, Mississippi River is maybe I don't know, 30, 40 miles further away. This is actually part of Mississippi River drainage basin. So this
but you know why
here,
this breaks my heart right here?
why is that?
You see this road they just shoved. They just
Oh yeah.
So they took this relic of an area, right?
The city, yeah.
Maybe it's because they couldn't see it from the top.
They couldn't. They when they
and they just ran a road right through it.
Yeah, they got dormitories there.
I don't know where this is going to right here.
It's going this road's going to a dormitory in a place called Lake Providence, Louisiana. And if you look at that picture, you see the bird mound over here, but up above it, toward the road, this other little mound by itself over here. That mound there is 2,000 years older than the giant bird mound. So at this site, you have occupation here once again for 1,000 years. The big giant mound was not built until 2,000 years after the other mound north of that. And then if you go further south of here, the place called Jackson Mound, and once again, 2,000 years older than the bird mound being built there. So once again, continuous occupation for thousands of years. And
so much disrespect of like just and I'm sure that when they were carving this fucking highway through it, they found all type of shit.
They found,
and it made them say, "Hold on, what's going on?"
Deer. They found,
and then they had to like figure out what the hell they was digging.
Go look at my site. Go look at this. You're gonna find in the museum they found little figurines of women. They found clay pottery. They found clay cooking balls. They found figurines of women.
Wow.
Figurines of owls. Like here's a bird mound. They found all these little necklaces and jewelry and beads in the shape of owls carved out of bones and stones, in the shape of women made out of clay pottery. And they found these cooking stones they used to cook with at the bird mound. Now watch this. At this location they call Poverty Point, darling, it was called the Mecca because they found artifacts from all over the continent. They found evidence of metals from the East Coast, from North Carolina. They found copper from Michigan. They found bauxite from Colorado. They found all this evidence of people from all over the continent coming to this spot right here in Louisiana, called Al Mecca. You found evidence of people from all over, indigenous people from all over the continent coming here for thousands of years. This was where they came.
And you don't even know what's underneath these trees. It's probably even more. This whole thing probably is. So I don't even know if this all was covered by trees at one point and it just got rid of all this and now they have this.
See the rings you're scrolling on? Those rings are maybe 6 feet tall. That's where they put houses.
The rings.
Those are neighborhoods. Those rings are part of the city. The same.
So they all lived on like little hills and then
on ridges, and water ran between them. So if it flooded there, because if it flooded, they were
in between right here. So water was in between, and then
yes, ma'am, you got it. Canals.
So this might be a lower below the sea level, to where when it rains, they had to build up so that they could put their houses on top of it, and then these in between had the water to collect the rain. But wow.
Yes, ma'am. So and you see you have the pyramid over here to the west. You have those ridges there, those rings there, right? The exact same layout exists in Peru, in Central America, and in Mexico.
And this is a river right here. This right here is a river.
Yeah,
right?
That's
called, you already know that river probably ran through this thing somewhere.
And those rings. As a matter of fact, at one point, our doctor said the Mississippi River was right there. They said at one point this site was probably on the Mississippi River, the banks of the river, maybe 10,000 years ago, 5,000 years ago. So I've heard archaeologists and geologists say at one point Poverty Point was here and the river shifted. What you see here, the Bayou Bacon used to be Mississippi River, and over near the Monroe Washita River used to be the Arkansas River. So
Does this road flood a lot?
that's the road you get to go from the, I guess, the main road to the museum. That little.
But I'm saying, does this road flood though, or did they build it on high?
Not to my knowledge. Not to my knowledge. We would park our cars on this road and walk across the circle, all across these rings. They allowed it, and as you walk across to this gap going up to the mound, we would eat onion grass because there was onion grass growing there. And when we walk, we'd be like in the middle of winter time during the winter convention. We'd go up there for sunrise and went and do a winter solstice celebration here.
So is the road like built up higher?
Yeah, the road is built up higher. You would park your car.
That's why, because I said if it was just built on the, so they know from even looking at how these were built up at 6 feet, not to build the road low, because at some point this area floods out. And the mounds are the only thing that are above that water. So this is a very floody area. I could.
If you look very closely, you'll see there's a road that goes around the whole complex. They have a tram that you can ride, and there's like a tourist kind of guided tour. You can take the tram and go around. See this little road going around the whole thing?
Right here.
Yeah. Right. See, no, right here. You just see the line coming. Look at the museum. The little parking lot over here, off the road. Now look at the line coming out there. See the line coming out there? Come follow that line there. No. Yeah, that's going backwards. See, that's going backwards. Go that way. That's where you come back.
Oh, okay. So it goes this way and goes around.
There you go. It goes around and there's a tour because there are other mounds. See over there, there are other mounds over there too. You can't tell.
So these trees are probably covering other mounds, like they're very high up.
But also up here where they have the land cleared out. Those other mound sites too, like Mound B and Mound C, the other mounds on that site. I think there were 6 mounds.
Oh, where you see this like kind of
there's a mound right there. There's a mound
right here.
Yeah, and where this tree is the mound. Other
right here, mound over here.
Yeah,
okay.
mound over here.
2 mounds right here. Yeah, okay, I see.
And they're also at this site they had something like they have wood hedge in Cahokia and they have Stonehenge in England. They had the same circular clock at this site also built off to the angle to the side. Yeah, see, there's another view of that. But now they shaved all the trees off. They cut all the trees off the mound. There you see the mound. You can't even see it. There's a couple of trees. They cut the trees off so you can see it, I guess. See this? Now they cut all the trees off the mound. Broke my heart out. Man, I was literally out there crying like a baby. When I saw the trees shaved off, man, I was crying like a baby. I could not believe they took off the trees.
Oh, so you went back there and you saw. See?
Yeah,
that's the thing.
I took this this is my photograph right here. I took this shot here. I took this picture myself. And picture below here, it says Ancient Mounds of Park Point. That's actually a postcard, of the when the leaves are all gone. But you can see even there, it used to be trees on it. And here's a picture I took also of Sister Gia from Detroit. She's a Washita. One year we went back to the mound, and I took a picture of her up on the mound. You see how thick the trees are on top of that mound?
Yeah, they cut them all down. That's crazy.
It's just one of the
What do they do that so that they can like test the ground, or why would they cut the trees off of them?
I'm still so they're trying to make it erode to expedite erosion and make the mound disappear. In my personal opinion, why would you cut the trees off? If you cut the trees off, it's going to loosen the soil and cause the soil to erode faster, and the mound will be gone in a few years. If the trees stay there, we'll hold the mounds there tight,
Yeah, with the roots of the trees, yeah.
Exactly. So why would they remove?
And hell, I think them roots, unless they like did some stuff to the underground, they still there. It's just that they
they snatched them trees up by the root.
Really? Wow.
Bulldoze, beat them down, snatched them up, jerked them out the ground like pulling a tooth out. They snatched the trees out the ground.
Man, let me tell you something. There's something about people with their they just don't have any care for nature.
Here you are. See this poverty point. This is the photographs I took on the site. So anybody want to go study this? My website has a lot of information you can go study. So if you never get to visit the spot, I took a lot of pictures. If you keep scrolling down, you'll see inside the museum.
They love to say even though they were hunter gatherers.
Yeah, but you know what happened?
What hunter gatherer? Because they're trying to make it seem like hunter gatherers were like nomadic people. Why would hunter gatherers create a civilization that's hunter gatherers
could not build that mound because they're constantly
Very,
wandering.
for people that did not
Yeah.
practice agriculture. Bullshit.
So understand this, dear. At Almecca, with the thousands of people there, it was a pilgrimage site. People were coming out. They found no signs of agriculture. Those people that would survive there on other people bringing in food. That's the phenomenon of Poverty Point. Is we don't find anywhere. If you go to Cahokia up there in Illinois, we talk about Monk Mound, they find all the evidence of growing corn and all kind of stuff. At Almecca, they call Poverty Point, there's no evidence of agriculture. The people somehow had a city here with 50,000 people here, and how they feed them? Because it was a cultural, spiritual center. People from all over the continent came there. Building a mound was not done by slaves. You had to earn the privilege.
Skilled.
You had to earn your privilege to even be able to add your dirt to the mound. It was not like you were forced to build a mound. You wanted to bring your bucket there. You wanted to bring, like people going to Mecca now in Saudi Arabia. You pilgrims there, and one of the things was to bring your load of earth and add it to the mound. All the mounds around the country were built not by slave labor or forced labor. They were part of some scientific design, and the people got a chance to come contribute their stuff to it. So this whole notion they have of mound building by the anti-black Europeans, because understand there's such a, and I was showing you the book about with the Lost Foundation, the city here, this book here. This guy here, David Hatcher Childress, okay, his name is David Hatcher Childress. He what's his name on here? David Hatcher Childress, his name on here real close, somewhere at the bottom line there, right? He gives us the fair shake. He's like documenting information. He's not. He may be a Caucasian person, but he's not anti facts. He has several books out dealing with South America, North America, Asia, and he's coming with documented information. Okay, very good author. I recommend reading this stuff. I think he has a book about omics also. Because once again, I mean, everybody's not hateful. You cannot judge a person by their color, because people get mad when I say
wait, hold on. So that highway 577 that cuts into that,
yes,
is a new highway.
Yes, highway 577. Yes,
It looks like they said they constructed it from October 2004 to November 2004.
Okay. Yeah.
Wow.
I was there in 96. We just parked on the side. I was there in 94, 95, 96. East Carroll Parish is supposed to be the poorest parish in the nation. The poorest, they call it county parish. But it's not. That's one of the richest.
You see, they had to replace a cross drain pipe. Like I said, that whole area used to have water. Yeah. And they would live on top of that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Wow. And they probably had that road built up before they did the highway to get in and out of there.
I remember that road being there back in 95, 96. So but then it was then called Highway 55, 77. I don't know but that name was relatively, they added that name recently.
Right. Okay. I knew it was something. I was like, so they probably had it set up they did that like after to like make it reinforce it, because the water probably was flooding.
And also understand in the Washita Nation always knew about the Poverty Point, right? But the state of Indiana didn't know about it. They didn't find about the Poverty Point until maybe the 1950s. What they call Poverty Point was not discovered until the 1950s. And
it said James Ford acquired an aerial photograph.
What is it? Okay, 1952. So, and that's part of my research. I didn't know that. Okay, see it on the side. But when they discovered the radiocarbon datings of this site here, they call Poverty Point, they had to redo the calendar scale. Okay, instead of saying AD or BC, they had something called BP, before the present. So there's now a archaeological and geological dating system, along with BC and CE, Common Era, before the Common Era, called BP, before the present era. And that present era dates to 1952, when they discovered Poverty Point. Poverty Point rewrote the whole scale of dating ancient sites. And when you look at other sites in Louisiana, they're all going to be based on the BP system, not the C. They're never going to put on there 8,000 BC or 10,000 BC. They're going to put down 6,000 BP. So they created a whole other scale to not scare people by putting up 10,000 years ago or 12,000 years ago. Now it's going to be a BP before the present.
Well, and you can see a drawing of someone like showing how people used to get up on these things and then shell mound.
Yeah.
as
This came from the Atlanta Journal. This is the article from the Atlanta Journal Constitution. Okay, you see, I highlighted. So if you go down further, I zoomed in on some of the stuff on here. The Atlanta Journal Constitution, 1995. So go down on this page. Scroll up my page. You can see all the little yellow blocks I got there. I highlighted so you can read them closer. So go down some further. Go down further. You can see I blew those up. Keep going down. See, this is evidence of permanent mound building civilization in Louisiana.
3000
BC. Yeah. So go down further. You're gonna see. Go down. Scroll down some more. Scroll down. See that? I blew them up. You can see. Yeah, now you can see clearly what it said.
70-foot high bird-shaped mound, and
elaborate rows of concentric ridges. Hold up, dated to 70 BC. Watch it. Many experts insist the complex could have been built only by outside cultures, perhaps the Mexicans in Central America. Why can't it be indigenous people? Now look what it says now. Now with firm radiocarbon dates from a dozen ancient mounds in 3 states, archaeologists say the Poverty Point complex, rather than being an anomaly, actually represents the climax of a 2,000-year spat of mound building that predates the Mayan civilization of Central America.
right. So at first they said it was Mexican. Okay, nope, we found out more.
We predate the Mexicans by 2,000 years. How they do this? And there are no mounds down there. Archaeologists began to recognize the mounds for what they really are, the outlines of the first permanent communities in North America. Archaeologists saw the mound builders as the outlines of the first permanent cities here. You can't find something unless you look for it. And until the last few years, we didn't know what to look for. That's the archaeologists from the United States. So the existence of the mound builders is new to them. Before the 1990s, they didn't know about the mounds. They weren't talking about the pyramids in America. Everybody's talking about this.
So Pyramid of Giza didn't start till the work started in 2575 BC. Mounds 3800 BC.
Based on their carbonating system. Okay, so they got mounds in Louisiana before the pyramids in Giza. See that? But understand the pyramids in Giza came after the pyramids down in the Sudan and Nubia and in Zimbabwe. So the pyramids you see in Egypt, northern Kebalan, the Nile Valley, are the climax of civilization to go back down into the Blue Nile, the Atbah River in Ethiopia, and down into Zimbabwe and those stone buildings on there. They had castles down in Zimbabwe and pyramids down in Nubia, around Khartoum and Meroe, along the Nile River down in what they call Sudan today, long before they had pyramids up near Cairo and Giza. So the pyramids, and we see in the 3 great pyramids we see up in Northern Africa, Khufu, Khafra, and Nintura, are not the first pyramids. They are the great pyramids. They have a great scientific significance, but they aren't the first pyramids in Egypt or in Africa. There are pyramids. There are hundreds of pyramids all down the Nile River. Silt pyramids, all kind of pyramids. Once again, not even stone. Pyramids of silt built down in parts of the Sudan and all the way down to Mount Monomotapa, what they call Kilimanjaro. Now, you talk about the biblical pyramids built of straw and mud. They talk about that is not in Egypt. As a matter of fact, there's nowhere in the Bible talking about building pyramids. It's about building things. But if you want to find some pyramids built out of straw and mud, the story they got with the 10 Commandments and the Jews building these pyramids of straw and mud, they're located in Babylon. If you go
So
to
it says Mound B is the oldest mound at Poverty Point. Radiocarbon dating of charcoal from the mound indicates that its construction began in 1600 BC. Mound B today is about 20 feet high in height, 180 feet in diameter. And its base originally, the mound had a perfect conical form, but archaeological excavations in 1955 inadvertently altered its shape.
They bulldozed it, cut into
The
it.
topsoil was removed before mound construction began. After that, the mound was built in 7 construction stages, including 3 major flat-top platforms made of silt loam. The floors of the platform had fire pits, charcoal, and possible post holes, indicating that some activities occurred there. A conical silt loam mantle was placed over the entire mound for the last construction stage, providing the final shape of the mound. Woven baskets and skin containers used to haul dirt left impressions in the fill of the mound. These have allowed archaeologists to better understand the ancient earth moving techniques. Although conical mounds in the southeastern U.S. are often burial mounds, Mound B is not one. Understanding how it was used will require future research.
They don't know. Here's
No.
Mound B, 2,000 years older than the bird mound in the same location.
And you think you just look walking up a hill?
Yeah. My kids are running up and down. My kids were there, and I take my kids with me whenever I go looking do pyramid searching now. We still pyramid hunters. We still go look. But now the state of Louisiana has something called the Mound Trail. At one point, I went to the Essence Fest, and I had set up something called Black Inventors in Louisiana. And the lieutenant governor there, his name was Landrew, Mitch Landrew. He was the lieutenant governor. He was over tourism and historical sites in Louisiana. He was saying these Black inventors is awesome. Black inventors in Louisiana. I said, wait till you see the pyramids in Louisiana, right? And years later, he published a book about the pyramids in Louisiana. He called them Mound Louisiana. Yeah. Hold on, let me see. I got my little, I'm about to get some documentation.
And these are the figurines found at Poverty
figurines.
Point. And they're all like little shaped like little chubby little black woman.
Yes.
With the little boobies and stuff. And
Matriarchal.
I don't know why they didn't have no heads though. Why is just their body?
I can't answer to that.
Man, no, I'm just joking. I think the head might have fell off because it's like this is her head and this is her body. Yeah. So I was just joking.
But the mere fact you have these very obviously female figurines is there are no males in there.
Honey, they was built too, honey. They had they was built. They ain't even no BBL back then, honey.
The evidence is here. People don't discuss it. So unless you go to my website and find this, you're not gonna find this anywhere else. Because now,
do you think it was mostly females that were there? Like, why is it only like there's no male?
It's a matriarchal society.
Wow. So you think women probably built those mounds?
No, I'm sure men and women both built it, but women were the rulers. Women were in charge. Well, not men in charge. The women were the rulers. Your grandma was in charge. Grandpa, listen to grandma. Okay, you had high levels of respect amongst the people. Here, look at this.
Selling pipes, clay pipes.
They were smoking pipes back then. What? So the whole concept
they were getting high.
Yeah, so the whole concept of Indians smoking peace pipes came from the mound builders. What no Indians?
Look, everybody was getting high. Look at them. Hey. There's so many pipes, all different types of them.
And not only that, if you go look at the mounds in Ohio, the mounds in Missouri and Oklahoma, all had pipes. And some pipes are very elaborate, like built like giant bongs, okay, like hutzkas. So the evidence, do you understand that next year, 2026 will be 30 years since I was in the United Nations giving my speech. And the Empress told me it's going to take you 30 years for you to get any recognition. Empress said I did research for 30 years before anybody even listened to me. She said, Umar, you're going to take you 30 years. And she was right, because next year, we're about to blow it up with this information here. Because now I'm getting inquiries from people all over the world about the pyramids in America. Even my book came out back in, actually the first book came out in 1998. In the 90s, my first Pyramid in America book came out. I redid it, I think in 2008, 2009, I redid the book again. But only recently am I getting inquiries from people who want to buy the map and buy the book. And I have actually taken my book off of Amazon. You cannot buy my books on Amazon. You only buy my material directly from me through my website. Amazon may advertise my material, but they will never sell another book from me. Even though I'm telling you, I helped build Amazon Books in 1999. I was one of the first independent distributors on Amazon Books.
Really?
Yeah. Check the record. Go Amazon. When did y'all start selling me the Watchdog Books? What, 1999? When you first opened up? Umar was a distributor? Yeah, I was there. And this book, I've been selling this book for over 20 years, and it still sells to this day. 30 years now. Going on 30 years. 96, 06, 16, 20, that's 30 years of consistency. People still looking for the book because it's the truth. And I'm telling you, next year in 2026, it's gonna blow up. The truth is being revealed.
Man, listen, you guys. I hope that you guys got some great information from this. We've been doing this for 4 hours, y'all.
Oh my God.
You guys have listen. That is how interesting this is, you know. So we've been on for 4 hours and 9 minutes. We are not. Listen, go and check out his website, Pyramids in America. Okay. This is
That website called AskBrotherUmar.com. You can go order the book for this because I'll put it on there too. But yeah, you can go get this book yourself right now. There was a time when this book was sold for $500 a copy. When I first took my book off of Amazon, used copies of some for $500 a piece. Man, I couldn't believe it. Like, wow, $15 book selling for $500. Wow.
Order a book and receive a free map, guys. Okay, and he's only selling it $10. Okay. Wait, hold on. Is it $10? Hold on.
Well, the book, yeah.
The book is. How much is the book? Let's see. How much is the book? So the map is $10 plus shipping, and then the book is like $15. But if you order the book, you get a free map. So
if they see, only if you go to this page right here. People don't go to this page aren't gonna see this link.
You have to go to this page, y'all. So I'm gonna put it in the link, y'all. So please support this brother and what he's doing, y'all. Please support what he's doing. Go ahead and read the book and get the information. I know we have talked all around the mulberry bush about nation building and what we should do and this, that, the other. This brother has been around. He done been there with the Crips. He done been there with the Black Panthers. He done been there with all the people that doing this and doing that. He done been there with the Empress, and he now is trying to continue on the legacy as far as the historian at this point. And so now, please support him in what he's doing. Please get his book, get the map, all that stuff, y'all.
I want people just to share the narrative. I mean, people didn't know this part of our history. You know, this a part. People think we all came here on slave ships and we're all whatever derelicts. We are the royalty of this land, not Native Americans. Bless the heart. No Indians. Bless my friends in India. I got all kind of friends from India, from Mumbai, saying, "Brother Umar, you're not Indian." I said, "I know." Why do you call yourself Indians? You're not from India. So I know this the American thing. That's part of the white power structure, calling Native people Indians.
Honey, what you like? Opening up a piece of candy or something like that? I'm hearing like some crumbs.
I was organizing my. I'll put it. I was organizing my.
I thought you was opening up some peppermint or something.
No, I have my documents. You know my.
Oh, okay. I thought. Listen, I'm hungry. I think I was like you eating some food. You know how you be hungry and everything sounds like they open up a.
Well, 4 hours. There's time for meal. It's
right.
Meal time now.
You open up some potato chips.
I mean, you had me pull out documentation I've not looked at in 20, 30 years. You have evoked in me stuff I totally forgot about. Haven't thought about it. I mean, the Empress getting sick when the Empress got ill. I forgot the Empress kind of went crazy a little bit there. So you help me remember stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and finish my book. The book I got called The Angels Revisited. Is it in here? Let me see. I talked about doing the book. I haven't done it. I haven't finished it yet. I'm about to release it though. You've inspired me here.
Man, I'm glad to be an inspiration. We got to bring you back on.
I'm going to do this book here.
There we go.
That's coming. That's coming.
Well, let me know when it comes because we're going to bring you. We got to bring you back on here again, just in general, because you are a encyclopedia of knowledge, and you know everything about what I think. I have a feeling that you know a lot about a lot of things. I think this is just scratching the surface of what you even are capable of even talking about. I
told you when we started, I said it would take me years to cover this stuff. We can't cover this topic in one call.
We are going to have to come back and do more because this was 4 hours long and we only just covered Washington. We have not covered even the things that you talked about earlier when it really came down to how like the Crips and the Bloods and like all of how you're in. How your whole thing was within and how and seeing that whole situation. So we're gonna have to like bring you back. We're probably gonna do a series. I think this is a series, just like I do with Baba Yashabab when he talks about his because And then earlier, someone says, "Why are you always talking to the older people? We need more younger." No, we don't need more younger people because what the heck are y'all talking about? I don't want to hear about a bunch of young people talking about some stuff that they have not researched, they have not been there, they was not there when it happened. So you were there when it happened, and we need to like get this on record what happened so people can come back to this information and get the true information about what was really going down. And you were there.
Oh yes, I had some pictures. Watch this.
Okay. This is about to be like the University of Umar Bay. We got Baba Yashabai University. We're gonna have the Umar Bay University. And probably once a week we have to like just go through all this information because we don't want this stuff to get lost on the people that was a part of these movements that was there. The Washita movement, the Black Panther movement, the Bloods and the Crips, all these movements that he has been a part of because back then in the 80s and the 60s, people traveled around. You know what I'm saying? They wasn't just sitting in front of computers.
See this picture here?
Yeah.
This picture of me in Egypt in the Grand Lodge of Luxor with Dr. Ben.
Dr. Ben, wow.
And he was doing my nuptials. I was getting married over there in Egypt. Okay?
Wow.
Here's a picture of Dr. Ben, once again, in LA. I was his bodyguard. His wife and Dr. John Henry Clark's wife. And you see behind over here is my display on the mirror on see Poverty Point there?
Mm-hmm.
Mom, but this is 1999. Dr. Ben at the conference, the Marcus Garvey conference. Well, Steve Coakley was there, Asha Quasia was there, and this Dr. Ben and his wife and John Henry Clark's wife. I gave him a tour of the pyramids in America, Mound site. That was like 30 years ago, 27 years ago. Dr. Ben knew about he knew about the mound builders. He was my mentor. I mean, that was my I love Dr. Ben. So.
Wow.
All over the world. That's about it. That's all you get for now.
Okay, we gotta bring you back because I listen. I'm like, I want to see more, but listen, we gotta like, come on now, yeah. Listen, anybody that have been watching, y'all all came a little late, so people just joining. Gotta watch the replay. We covered a lot. We have covered a lot. Okay.
Amazing. Thank you, sister. I appreciate you. You have now rekindled my fire. I'm gonna go and complete my work.
Wow, thank you. I'm glad that I'm glad that this has done that. That's what Baba Yashabaya says, man. I feel so much like life and you know what I'm saying, talking about this. So go ahead.
It's like you till the soil, you turned over the soil. Something been compacted down for so long, and out of my memory, you've sparked ideas in my head I don't even want to talk about. So, sister, tell me this: how can I send people to this podcast? What do I tell them to look at? What are they going to look at?
I'm going to put the link. I'm gonna send you the link to it to your phone. And
yeah,
I'm gonna send the link to your phone.
One second. This is my sister, Veronica. Hang on. Okay, dear sister. Okay, so how do I get people to see this podcast?
I'm going to send you the link, and then you could like put it on your Facebook or whatever you want. Once I send the link to you.
Okay, excellent. So is class over for tonight? We're finished with the lecture.
Yeah, the class is over, and I think we're gonna do more. They're not gonna be as long as this first one because I just had to like it was just so many things. I just had to like really get into it because I had no idea all this was going on. So I'm like, what? And then what?
So, sister, please go back and watch it again and develop some more questions for me, okay? That's why
I'm going to, because when we get back, because there was one point where you were really breaking something down and we lost audio from you, and I really think that was the moment. There was so much information that you probably like was able to give, but we had to like kind of struggle with the audio. So we're gonna like kind of bring that subject back up. We're gonna bring you back on. We're gonna find like a date that where we just steadily just get the information. Boom, boom, boom. And let me tell you something. With the modern technology, you could take these conversations and then it'll transcribe it, and then that can even make writing your book a lot easier too.
I need it in Spanish also. I need it in Spanish.
Welcome to modern technology, because it could be transcribed. Everything that is done on YouTube is also transcribed. Like this show, believe it or not, it sounds kind of crazy, but people in different languages will hear it in their language as we right now.
Oh, excellent. Excellent. Okay.
Yep. So it's gonna be. So we got like more work to do because I want people to know this information. I feel very. And listen, welcome to Balance Touch says I already saved the video. I felt inspired as well. I feel like exploring my history of the mounds. So the work that you're doing is touching many people. Please go and check out his website, Pyramids in America.
Oh, thank you.
Hotep.org, Moors.com. People were trying to get your phone number, but I don't know if you want to be bothered that hard. So please go to his website to find more information. Go buy his books. Go get his information. Once again, we have Brother Umar Bey here giving us the information of the Ouachita and the mound builders and pyramids in America. With all that being said, do you have anything that you want to say finally before we roll out?
Just thank you, sister. Thank you for the opportunity to share this information, and I ask everybody to do your own homework. If something you don't believe, look it up. I gave enough sources of information. You can contact me directly, and I look forward to doing it again.
All right. Thank you, guys.